Yeah, we sell the throttle control bars. Yeah, I mean, they're the secret to victory lane. Does the throttle control bar work?
He takes the lead early in the race. He brings home the Southern Sport Mod main event win.
Speed secrets, a throttle control bar on a track like this, that's where it's at.
I mean, 1, 2, 3. Too many checks to count in here. I would say they work pretty good.
For those of you who've never seen the greatest the world has ever revealed, I'd like to introduce myself. Let's go! I'm out here making them mad, cause I got it. Too good at being too bad, cause I got it. Stop reaching and being sad, cause I got it. I just got it, yeah. I just got it.
They're going to drag race to the line.
All sorts of action going on down the backstretch.
Climbing out of the car, your feature winner.
Chuck Patrick with the drive at the bottom of the racetrack.
They make contact coming to the checkers and trip.
From an old school racer, it's nice to see the racetracks.
Faulkner ball trying to move to the top of the track.
And how about James Shirley on the restart?
Throw the red, get him out of that car.
CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1.
It started as a dream in the backyard of Charles and Vanjie McLemore. 45 years later, Magnum Trailers is a premier builder of custom trailers and authorized dealer of industry-leading brands. From gooseneck flatbeds to dump, tilt, and utility trailers, car haulers, cargo trailers, and watercraft trailers, you won't find a better selection. We build the best and repair the rest. And because we're in Texas Hill Country, come see us for deer blinds, deer feeders, and barbecues too. For happy trailering and happy hunting, click to find the Magnum Trailers location nearest you.
Out here in Central Texas at Cotton Bowl Speedway. It's a Saturday afternoon and evening. We're ready to rock and roll around the track out here as H was out there preparing it earlier with just a whole bunch of water to make it the best racing surface possible. Thank you, folks, for turning into Race on Texas and Speed Pass. If you're part of that, we appreciate you doing it all year. If you know somebody that needs to take advantage of it, Race on Texas and Speed Pass, $39.95 a month. That gives you access to the races here at Cotton Bowl and all the tracks that you'll find on their website, whether it's Texana, I-37, Boot Hill, and many, many more. You can watch them live on different devices. You can also watch them after the fact. Go back and watch a replay of for being here tonight. And as you can see over my shoulder, man, that's beautiful out there. Mother Nature has kind of gone away here for a while after she washed us out earlier in the year, washed out a whole bunch of races, but we are here tonight, hardly a cloud in the sky, beautiful blue sky, and then as that sun starts to set, it's going to put that gleam on the track, and when they come out of turn 3 and 4 and 1 and 2, it's going to look sensational out there. But thank you for tuning in tonight. We've just got all sorts of things. Pre-race show brought to you by Alpha One Chevy Buick in Rockdale, Texas. If you are anywhere within the sound of my voice and you need a Chevy or a Buick, be sure to go over to Alpha One Chevy Buick over in Rockdale. Tell them you heard about it from Cotton Bowl Speedway. I'm sure they'll do you a great job. But we're going to have a lot of fun here tonight. We got a couple of interviews here during the pre-race show tonight. We have one of our champions from our race shootout, the Advanced Auto Parts Summer Series Showdown. So we're going to have an interview there. We also have some great folks here tonight. It's a realtor night at the races here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. So we'll talk to the person who put that in charge, and we got a whole bunch of real estate agents on the property. So if you need a house, I bet I can hook you up with somebody tonight. But no, we're just going to have a good old time here tonight. The crowd's starting to fill in the grandstands. If you're listening to me in the grandstands, you can turn into to Facebook, or you can go on to my race Race on Texas, and you can watch this whole pre-race show live. You can see what we're doing up here as well. We're going to be back in about 60 seconds. We're going to have our first interview of the night. It's going to be a lot of fun. Hang in there with us. We'll be right back.
Moments meant to be remembered are the perfect time for that perfect gift. And Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop is the destination for commemorating the most special times in our lives. From watches, rings, pendants, and charms, to bracelets, earrings, and personalized gifts. As always, we offer fast in-house engraving to add that personal touch to any special gift. Mark your most precious moments with Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop, and let us help you and your family celebrate those special times.
Wheel to wheel, battle for the race lead. New race lead down the backstretch.
Here comes Training Partner.
Everybody, welcome back to the pre-race show brought to you by Alpha One Chevy Buick here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Milton Hope flying solo tonight. Owen Pittman down at his racetrack at Texana Raceway Park. Rodney Rodriguez goofing off over at Mobile International Speedway. Joe Spillman, supposedly retired. So I am here tonight. We're going to have a whole bunch of fun at Cotton Bowl Speedway. But right now, we are going to move in, and we got this good-looking guy right here with this good-looking trophy that he recently won. Mason Doherty is our interview tonight, and Mason drives the 33M Gunslinger factory stock. He also drives the 33M Browning IMCA stock car. Mason, welcome to the pre-race show today.
Thanks for having me.
All right, buddy. Hey, how about this trophy? You did a lot of work to earn that, didn't you?
Yes, sir. Yeah, nice trophy. Thanks to Mr. Pittman and Marianne and H here. They've got us some nice trophies this year.
Now, this is not an easy trophy to win. This was a big old Summer Series showdown with a whole bunch of great drivers out there in the Gunslinger factory stock class. How did it feel for you to get out there, compete against some of the best, and walk away with the trophy?
And it was awesome. It was, you know, having Tim Homeyer wreck and Don Painter, you know, he lost a transmission, so not really how I wanted to win it. I'd like to race it out with those guys, but you know, it's always nice to get a win.
And those guys are great race car drivers. Like you said, things happen in racing. I'm sure you've had things happen to yourself in your race car, but tell us a little bit about yourself. How old are you? Where do you live? Are you married?
No, sir, not married. 29, from Hutto, Texas. Live in Thrall now.
Where's Thrall? What is a Thrall?
We're the Tigers. Little bitty town.
Where is it?
Between Thorndale and Taylor.
Okay, Thorndale and Taylor. Great. That explains a lot right there, folks. Thorndale and Taylor. How long have you been racing? About 3-4 years?
This is my third year.
So this has got to be an exciting event for you to pick up such a big trophy just 3 years in.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's nice to get some cool hardware to hang up in the shop.
So you do race in two classes, the Gunslinger factory stocks and the Browning IMCA stock cars. Well, which one did you start in first?
I started in the I stock, so this is my first year in the factory stock.
Okay. And what made you go ahead and make that jump to the factory stock?
Just trying to get a little more seat time. It's, you know, got to learn being in the car.
Right.
So that's a lot of the guys you see winning every week are guys with a lot of experience. You know, like in the I stocks, Jason Batt wins. I think he has, 200 stock cars?
Something. He had another win last night up at Heart of Texas. So he seems to find himself in the winner's circle a whole lot. Which one do you prefer?
I'd say the I stock's a little more, you know, you got to drive the car a little more as far as throttle control, but in that car you can also get yourself in trouble with setup.
Yeah.
A lot easier. So the factory stock, it's been a lot of fun just because you can, you know, kind of go out there and manhandle that car a little more don't have to have quite as much finesse depending on the track. So.
Well, that leads me to my next question then, because you've got two different types of cars, two different types of setups, and everything goes into it. How does the track play into it for you driving both cars? Do you get I'm sure you get an idea on how that track is that night when you drive one before the other, but what kind of track do you prefer?
I'd say the first couple years I liked a tackier track. You know, you can put a little more power. Especially this year, I'm liking the drier tracks. It's, you know, it's a little harder to get around, but it's, you know, it's easier to pass, you know, some of the other cars in the field, get around people.
Yeah.
And they say that's more of a driver's track.
Oh, sure.
That's why you always see guys like Jason, you know, some
right.
of those guys, they excel on that track. So.
Well, right now in the Gunslinger Factory stocks here at Cotton Bowl Speedway in the points, you're third in points right now. I think we were talking earlier, you're only like 7 or 8 behind second place. And then that pesky 8-star Tim Homeyer, we jokingly said maybe if he flips over a couple of times, you'll be able to catch him in points. What do you think it's going to take for you to at least stay in third, but maybe make that move up to second for the rest of the year? Because I think we only have 3 races left tonight and 2 regular season races.
It's honestly, I'm just trying to be, you know, consistent in both cars, finish top 5 at least, you know, run a clean race, not tear cars up.
Sure.
Having 2 cars, it's a lot of work if you tear both of them up. So trying to stay clean, but, you know, the guys at CRS and Sniper Chassis, they're helping us out. We're starting to get setups figured out on both cars, so we're getting faster each race.
And that's all it is just progress year after year after year. Well, we're going to let you go out there and start hot lapping and getting ready to see how the track feels right now. Do you own a home?
No, sir.
Would you like to own a home? But we got a whole bunch of real estate agents here tonight, and we could probably get you a pretty good deal. You're bringing home the money with this trophy, and if you keep doing that, you'll be able to afford a house payment. We'll get you set up with somebody here.
There's plenty to talk to.
Mason Doherty, 33M Gunslinger Factory stock and the 33M Browning IMCA stock car. A driver whose name that we're saying every Saturday night, making his way through the pack each and every race. He's not back there running in the back. He's in the middle and running to the front. We hope to see you in the winner's circle tonight. We're going to take a quick break. We got another fun interview coming up in just a moment. We'll be right back.
Yeah, we sell the auto control bars. Yeah, I mean, they're the secret to victory lane. Does the auto control bar work?
He takes the lead early in the race. He brings home the Southern Sport Mod main event win.
Speed secrets, a throttle control bar on a track like this is where it's at.
I mean, 1, 2, 3. Too many checks to count in here. I would say they work pretty good.
Welcome back to Cotton Bowl Speedway, Race Pass. So, man, we're just having a great old time here tonight. We got 1,000 real estate agents here tonight. We're going to try to get some homes sold out here. We're going to go down to the winner's circle, see if we can sell some homes to our feature race winners. But right now, we are in the pre-race show on Speed Pass at Alpha One Chevy and Buick over in Rockdale, Texas. Again, if you can see me, you can hear me, you can buy a Chevy or a Buick over at Alpha One Chevy Buick in Rockdale. But right now, the person responsible for all of these real estate agents that are on the premises tonight, we've got Lynn Shirk with JTL Appraisal. She's been sponsoring the VIP booth and here at the track for about 3 years, I think we figured out.
Yes.
But Lynn, welcome to the show tonight. Thank you for being here. Thanks for bringing all these fine folks.
I know, great
now,
group.
I don't know. Have you ever seen the show? million-dollar listing Los Angeles,
Yeah.
$1 million listing Las Vegas. So how
Yeah.
many of your real estate agents flew in on their private jets today?
I'm going to go with 0.
0. How about their Bentleys and their Mercedes?
Oh, yeah, that'll be another. They came in the very fancy pickup trucks.
Very fancy
That's what they
pickup
came
trucks.
in.
Well,
Yeah.
you are part of you're involved with JTL Appraisal, and you're the most favorite person of a real estate agent in the Bastrop area. Sometimes, but tell us a little bit about yourself. What had you decide to get into sponsoring the racing and getting involved with Cotton Bowl Speedway?
Great question. I grew up with a race car driver dad. My dad raced dragsters before I was born, and my whole childhood and adulthood and everything has been spent on the racetrack with my dad. He raced dragsters and he raced vintage race cars. He actually had a vintage Indy car that he raced at Indy. Sorry.
That's okay.
That he raced at Indy. And I mean, it's been 2 years since we lost him. We miss him horribly, but I'm doing all of this to honor my dad. So it's a blessing for me to be a part of this. I love this racetrack. I love Marianne and H, and it's been so great.
Well, we were talking earlier tonight about how you've been involved in racing all across the country, and you were in Colorado. You mentioned Arizona. Tell us a little bit about that. I mean, I'm sure you moved around as a child, and you were probably in the shop a whole lot.
Well, I didn't. Colorado was with my husband
Okay,
and
got it.
son. Yeah. And so started out in Chicagoland, and so he raced all over Chicagoland, and then we moved to Arizona, and he raced in Tucson and Phoenix and all around there. He traveled around a lot, and I was an adult at that time, so I didn't really go with him at that point. But it was in his blood. It's something I grew up with. That the sound of those engines just warms my heart. And not too many people can say that. They'll be irritated, but I'm not at all.
That's okay. Now, you were telling me a funny story, and I want you to repeat it while we were meeting each other earlier tonight about how you got involved with Cotton Bowl. You told me about an event that Marianne and H were at. To share that story with us. I found it quite funny.
Well, when we moved here 5 years ago to Bastrop, I saw that there was a dirt track here, and my husband and I love to go to those. So my parents moved here shortly after that. So I showed my dad the Cotton Bowl. He's like, well, we have to go there. And of course we loved it. We sat down on the bleachers, and we happened to be at a meeting of the Bastrop Area Cruisers, yay, my car club. And Marianne and H were speaking. They were the program and gave everyone tickets. And I went up to her after their program and said, I have to tell you that we absolutely love your raceway. And she said, give me your tickets. And she put VIP on them. And we came up to this VIP room, and we never left. We were just hooked. And I'm like, I have to sponsor this.
And
so it's been so great.
And you've been involved, like we said, for about 3 years now. Now we were talking earlier as well about the different kind of cars that you've been around. Mm-hmm. What is your favorite type of racing? Is it asphalt? Is it dirt? Is it dragster?
Well, obviously my heart is with dragsters on straight tracks, but
we'll forgive her.
Yeah, we'll forgive her. It's
okay.
a childhood thing, it stays with me. But the round dirt tracks are absolutely my favorite, and it's just, this is Americana at its finest. It is the best place to come, and I urge everyone to come out to Cotton Bowl Speedway. It is the best experience, and if you want to come visit me in the VIP room, you are welcome.
Yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun up here tonight in the VIP booth, and I think we're going to see a lot of people hobnobbing and talking deals. Fun. I mean, tell me about how this realtor night at the races happened. What caused you to go ahead?
Well,
and do that?
I want people to fall in love with Cotton Bowl Speedway like I have. And so what better way than to invite people to a free event? And I love my realtor friends. Most of them love me, and that's always a good thing. And I just wanted to give back. We have had an unbelievable couple years business-wise, and I've been so blessed with my business. And I know so many of these realtors have, and everyone just kind of needs a break once in a while. And I just thought, what better way to share what I love with all these folks that I work with?
Well, it's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, you've been involved in racing, Lynn, for a really long time.
Yes.
Now you're trying to get some other people out here.
Yes.
The love that you have gotten from racetracks across the country, now Cotton Bowl, you hope to have them out as well. So, Lynn, we certainly appreciate you coming out tonight. You got an infectious smile. I mean, you're always smiling. You're always having a good time, and we look forward to having a blast out here at Realtor Night at the races here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. But right now you're watching the pre-race show, and Again, thank you, Alpha One Chevy Buick, for all you do to sponsor this pre-race show. Right out behind me here, Lynn, you can see it right there. They're hot lapping.
I know. How great is that?
I mean, you guys came on a beautiful Central Texas night, almost cloudless, going to be beautiful. And once that sun goes down,
probably a full moon.
It's going to be picked. Don't say full moon.
Oh, I can't.
It's you know, first you said drag strip racing. Now you've said full moon. What are we going to do with you? Uh-oh. But, hey, we're going to be back after a quick break. We got some more things to clean up, and you're watching the pre-race show right here at Cotton Bowl Speedway.
Moments meant to be remembered are the perfect time for that perfect gift. And Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop is the destination for commemorating the most special times in our lives. From watches, rings, pendants, and charms, to bracelets, earrings, and personalized gifts. As always, we offer fast in-house engraving to add that personal touch to any special gift. Mark your most precious moments with Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop, and let us help you and your family celebrate those special times.
Wheel to wheel, battle for the race lead. New race lead down the backstretch.
Here comes Training Partner.
Hey, everybody, welcome back to Cotton Bowl Speedway. Beauty and the Beast right here during the pre-race show. Alpha One Chevy Buick. Marianne Nauman joining me right now on the pre-race show. And Marianne, we got the cars out there. They're hot lapping. It's a beautiful night here. And you got a whole bunch of realtors that are getting inducted into the racing community. What do you think about that?
I'm so excited. Last year when we did this, we picked up a couple of sponsors that have become really faithful with us too. So I think we've tripled the number that's here tonight, so I'm really excited about that. A lot of the people live in the area and they don't even know the racetrack is here. Then they get to come see this, and then you're hooked. That's it.
I mean, that's the funny thing about where this track specifically is located, is that in the Bastrop area, there are a lot of folks that don't know it's here, and they're like, a racetrack? What?
Right.
What?
Exactly.
Even when my nephew just lives around the corner, when he first moved here, he didn't realize there was one. But, you know, we're coming off a very exciting Summer Series showdown. That finished up a great series there. We're finishing up the last 3 regular nights of points racing tonight and 2 more in September. Got off to a little shaky start in the beginning of the year with Mother Nature not cooperating real well. But and then we got, what do we got? We got 2 nights of Oktoberfest, and then we have a monster truck show again on Halloween.
Yes.
So, you know, from the second half of the season down, once we got going, how you feel about it?
I feel really good about it. I have to tell you that I think the biggest addition that we've been able to add to Cotton Bowl is the Speed Pass, Race on Texas. I think it's been huge. And if you guys are out there watching this on Facebook, you still got time to get here. But if not, watch it at home, enjoy it at home. You're going to see the same action at home that you'll see out here. So, and you'll see 6 people in the Craig's Victory Lane at the end of the night, and that's always very exciting. We present them out here on the front straightaway, and then as a race fans, you can even go down and have your picture taken in Craig's Victory Lane down in the pit area with the winners.
And speaking of Craig's Victory Lane, I mean, we got a whole back straightaway wall of sponsors, and you know, we've got the Realtor Night here tonight, but tell us about how important that sponsorship is, especially like Craig's Victory Lane. I mean, that gets their name out there.
We couldn't be open without Craig's Jewelry. Ken Ladd is just phenomenal. His staff is incredible. So if you need jewelry, that's where you need to go to. If you need points with your wife, that's where you need to go to. They got some beautiful stuff. But you may notice that we've grown on the backstretch with a lot of different sponsors, and this is what keeps a racetrack open, is the the signage that you see around the racetrack. That's what keeps us to be. We call it our playground, and the sponsors are what they make that happen. So,
oh yeah, I mean that keeps the money coming in. We were talking about Speed Pass as well. If you can't make it out here tonight, you get on Speed Pass, make Cotton Bowl Speedway your home track. Half that $39.95 comes back to the track. Now that helps out maybe on an off night, a weather night, another event somewhere in Texas where maybe some people go to. How important is that to a track operator?
It is very important. It's a nice check that comes in, and so it helps the track, like you said, when there's a rain out. But also, as being a Speed Pass member, if we're rained out, you're able to log into some of the other tracks that are Speed Pass, and you still get to watch racing. So there's a real plus in there. But when you sign up, be sure to claim Cotton Bowl Speedway as your home track, and then that helps Cotton Bowl Speedway.
And speaking of that part right there, we announced it 2 weeks ago, Cotton Bowl Speedway, the largest subscribing track in Texas. So we appreciate all the help out there for you folks that stay home and watch it on Speed Pass or rewatch it, make us your home track. We appreciate that. But, hey, we're going to take a quick break here. Thank you, Marianne, for stepping in here at the last second. We're just shooting from the hip tonight. We're having a lot of fun on the pre-race show sponsored by Alpha One Chevy Buick, Rockdale, Texas. You hear the cars back there hot lapping on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. We'll be right back after a short break.
Thank you, Milton.
Welcome back to Cotton Bowl Speedway. Milton Hope in here solo tonight. Owen off at his track at Texana Raceway Park, and Rodney Rodriguez over at Mobile International Speedway doing his thing. South Texas Speedway is up and running down in Corpus Christi. Texana down in Edna, Texas, and we got tracks all over the great state of Texas and Louisiana, just running all over, and of course nationwide as well. Don't know how the weather is everywhere else outside of the state of Texas, but right here it's beautiful. Corpus Christi has had their issues with rain this year, and a couple of go-kart tracks down there having some issues as well, trying to get some races in. Texana got raced out several times. Here at Cotton Bowl, we got hit during the first part of the season, but ever since about 2 months ago, Mother Nature has blessed us with crystal clear weather, so we're having a lot of fun. Here tonight we have all of our regular classes of cars. We have no visiting classes tonight, so it's just our 6 classes, and it should be some great racing tonight. As we were talking about earlier, we're down to the last 3 nights of point racing here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Then after that in October, we'll run a 2-night Oktoberfest, and then October the 31st on Halloween, we have another monster truck show here at the racetrack. So each of these nights, tonight and then the 2 race nights in September, are going to be very, very important for some of these points races because they're getting real close in the top 3. We race tonight, we race September the 18th, and we race September the 25th. Those will be the final 2 points races here at Cotton Bowl Speedway to wrap it up. Oktoberfest, like I said, October 8th and 9th, and then the Monster Truck Show with some supporting classes from the racetrack, just like we did a couple of weeks ago, will be October the 31st. But it's setting up to be a good night tonight. Last time I checked, we were closing in on 80 cars here tonight at the racetrack, and all the 6 classes of cars. So we're looking for a great night of racing. H put a lot of water down out on the track to make it a great racing surface. We had a couple of hiccups a couple of weeks ago. So Tim Holmeyer, we talked about him earlier, going down the back straightaway, flipping his car up on top of the roof and coming to rest. But he was okay. He walked away, and everything was good. Let's go ahead, if we could. Let's get the points graphics up on the TV screen, and let's take a look at points as they line up tonight. In the street stocks, first place is Tommy Gurrell in the number 9 car. He's at 338 points. Close behind him, only 4 points behind, 75, Todd Roberts McAvoy at 334, and the 05 of Daniel Gaudet, a distance back at 298. So Gurrell and Roberts McAvoy, they've got 4 points separating the top two. Let's move to the Gunslinger Factory Stocks. Again, fairly close in a couple of spots. Tim Homeyer in the 8-star. He's got the lead as he has almost the entire season. 333 points. Steve Sims second at 322. And Mason Doherty, who we just talked to just a moment ago, he's at 315 points. So over the next 3 races, Mason's going to have his work cut out to move from third up to second. The Design Welding Sport Compacts. Dylan Kowal pretty much all year long. He's at 323 points. Taylor Stewart, the love of his life, his girlfriend, back at 313 points. And the rookie Jay Call, a distance back at 277. So this is setting up for a showdown between Dylan and Taylor with only a 10-point difference going into tonight. Moving over to the Magnum IMCA Modifieds. Another close battle between your top two. Derek Scott Jr. sits in first at 342 points, closely followed by Chris Morris at 337 points, and then Hardy Henderson at 314. So Chris Morris not able to make up much ground in that last showing here at Cotton Bowl Speedway a couple of weeks ago, as Derek Scott Jr. had a good run that night. He stays 5 points ahead. Moving to the IMCA Southern Sport Mods, G.W. Egbert. He's got the lead at 333 points. James Honish at 319 and Joe Maple at 310. So that one there kind of getting spread out a little bit. 14 points between first and second, and 9 points between second and third. Now it's just a matter of who shows up for the races each night and how these spots are going to shift. Our last group, the Browning IMCA Stock Cars. Marcus Hartcrow had a great showing here a couple of weeks ago. He's in the lead at 336 points, but again, 4 seems to be the magic number because it's a 4-point lead over George Egbert III. Marcus at 336, Egbert at 332, and then only 5 more points back coming off a big main event win last night at Heart of Texas Speedway. Third in points, Jason Batt at 327. So the Browning IMCA as well in those top 3. Hey, we're going to take just a quick break, and then we're going to come back and wrap up this pre-race show brought to you by Alpha One Chevy Buick in Rockdale, Texas, and we'll be ready to rock and roll out on the racetrack.
Moments meant to be remembered are the perfect time for that perfect gift. And Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop is the destination for commemorating the most special times in our lives. From watches, rings, pendants, and charms, to bracelets, earrings, and personalized gifts. As always, we offer fast in-house engraving to add that personal touch to any special gift. Mark your most precious moments with Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop, and let us help you and your family celebrate those special times.
Hey, welcome back to the pre-race show here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Looking over our shoulder, Matt, it is a beautiful afternoon, beautiful evening setting up. And then this dark cloud, Aaron Brungot moved in. It's kind of like an eclipse comes over the crowd.
It got so windy, my hair got all screwed up.
Yeah, that's the story. Stick to it. Aaron Brungot comes to us now. The Advanced Auto Parts Summer Series Showdown. You put that whole big thing together. Tell us about that. What kind of how did that whole series go for you and the fans and the drivers?
I think everybody come out with a win-win. Honestly, I know that the last night the points battles were close. We hate seeing serious incidents happen, but there was a couple of things that it was hard racing, but you don't like seeing somebody on their lid and things like that. But I think overall the awareness. You know, we appreciate Advanced and all the sponsors that joined us to put that on. That was a great 3 nights.
I mean, we just don't say raise your hand if you want to give us money, right? There's a lot more work involved in that, but we had a long list of sponsors, and of course it was presented by Advanced Auto Parts, but there was just a whole bunch of work that goes on behind the scenes and raising that much money. Remind us again about how much that was?
It was almost $11,000.
Okay.
So
up from how much last year?
6,900, I think.
$6,900 to nearly $11,000 in just 1 year, but a lot of work behind the scenes on that.
It is, and every dollar went to the drivers. These are the guys that are in here week in and week out. You know, they come here to play on Saturday night, but they're working all week long. And in the middle of the summer, it's kind of that everybody has their back to school, things like that. And we created this 3 years ago, and I love it. The intensity's there. We upped the game. Owen helped us with trophies up in the game. All in Design brought checks, and you know those $500 checks when they knew what they were racing for on top of the regular night purses. It was intense.
Well, the good thing about a series like this as well, the Summer Series Showdown presented by Advanced Auto Parts, is that when you've got a set number of days that you're going to be running for a certain amount of money, you don't just have your local drivers here. You've got some gunslingers that come in from around the state and different tracks that come in to try to take the money from Cotton Bowl back to their track.
Yeah, I think the first night there was 133 cars in the pits, and you know it didn't let up. There was 100 cars plus every night.
Yeah.
And when you turn around and you look at the top 5, the top 8 cars, they can win on any track in Texas any night.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. And also, as the guy who puts it together, it's got to give that feeling of where you have over 100 cars every night. You go from $6,900 last year up to $11,000 in the purse this year. You bring in some big names from around the tracks in Central and South Texas and other places. It's just got to. Let me give you just a good old pat on the back, big boy. Are you ready for next year? You ready to start?
Actually, I'm ready for Oktoberfest.
Yeah. That's coming.
Marianne, so we kind of changed our strategy this year. We introduced the pre-race show. You know, we're trying to reach new fans.
Sure.
And my focus this year was the radio or the broadcast stuff, Summer Showdown, and Oktoberfest. We wanted to knock those 3 items out of the park. And Monty with Alpha One has come on board and helped us. You know, thousands of people see this show every week. We want to bring the drivers in here. They had their cars parked up at the front gate. You know, we're trying to reach the fans. We want to interact with them. You know, goal number 1. The sponsors, you know, people are talking still, not even just here, but Summer Showdown Series this week. You know, they're already putting it on 2022. They've already asked what are the dates, and we're like, we'll release them soon.
Yeah. The word spreads, the word gets out, driver to driver, advertising, whatever. But such a great Summer Series Showdown. So congratulations on everything you put across out there. Now, as we look out at the crowd here tonight, I see the sun is starting to set. So it's making it 97 degrees instead of 99 degrees.
I think a couple of them want H to take that water truck and go like right by
up in the grandstands.
Yeah,
but we've got a great crowd coming in tonight. Thank you to the crowd that's sitting out there. Hey, if you're in the grandstands right now, don't forget to go to the concession stand, get some food and drinks, get back and get ready for some great racing action. If you're watching on my on Speed Pass and Race on Texas, settle in, get comfortable, get in your pajamas if you want to, grab your favorite drink, grab your favorite snack. We're going to have some exciting racing. Flip around from Cotton Bowl to Edna to all the places around. Let's settle into Cotton Bowl because we've got 6 great classes here tonight, and it's just going to be a blast, and it's going to be a beautiful night of racing. We're going to take one quick break to before we end the night. We'll be right back.
Moments meant to be remembered are the perfect time for that perfect gift. And Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop is the destination for commemorating the most special times in our lives. From watches, rings, pendants, and charms, to bracelets, earrings, and personalized gifts. As always, we offer fast in-house engraving to add that personal touch to any special gift. Mark your most precious moments with Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop, and let us help you and your family celebrate those special times.
Wheel to wheel, battle for the race lead. New race lead down the stretch.
Here comes Jamie Perfect.
Hey, welcome back to Cotton Bowl Speedway. Mary Ann's telling me how to do my job up here. We're all good. We're having a good time here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Alpha One Chevy and Buick over in Rockdale, Texas. Thank you for sponsoring this pre-race show here on Speed Zone. Man, we appreciate you. Race on Texas. Everything that goes on here. You find folks that are sitting at home tonight, can't make it for some reason. You should be here, but if you're not, you're watching it on Race on Texas. But right now, I got this big man here. It says California Republic. Your name is Ivan Wagner.
Ivan Wagner.
All right, very good. And I understand that you just bought a racetrack somewhere.
Yes, sir. Lone Star Speedway in Kilgore, Texas. As of a week, we just signed a deal. We're very excited to be in the area and bringing racing back to the community.
All right, so you get into racing. You've got this racetrack. How long have you been involved in racing?
About a week.
I heard somebody earlier say "sucker."
Well, I'm learning now that it's a bigger task than just opening the gates and letting the cars in and the folks in. But we're excited and we're passionate about putting on great events and bringing the community together to enjoy themselves.
What in the world had you decide to do this just off the cuff?
Sucker. No, we have an investment group, and a lot of the guys and we all graduated from UT, and we've been talking about putting the group together that would host these great events. And what better way to do it with an infrastructure that's already in place, a thriving community or that's needing entertainment. And I think the placement for the track is just perfect.
What do you what kind of vision do you have right now as far as starting racing and things that are going to be going on up there?
Well, right now we're planning to do a race September 11th. It's going to be jump in both feet first. We have some challenges that we need to overcome, but we're pushing to make that race happen. Beyond that, we want to cross-promote and maybe bring some race fans to the track to see events that aren't necessarily race associated,
right.
And vice versa, bring some of those folks that will attend our special events and make them racetrack lovers.
How much racing did you go to, as a spectator before you got into this, if any?
Well, Milton, I can't lie to you. I've only been to one race.
Okay.
As a spectator, and that's at Texas Motor Speedway.
Okay.
I went to a NASCAR event, but I spent 3 years at Circuit of the Americas in Austin,
okay.
in my food and beverage hospitality industry.
Got it.
And so I've been around racing. I've not been around dirt racing, but I've been around great events, and so we're committed to making sure we put on great events.
Where are you originally from?
San Antonio, Texas.
Okay. Did you go to Roosevelt High School?
I did, and your face is very familiar.
Whoops. I thought I recognized that name. Roosevelt High School, Roosevelt Rough Riders on the northeast side. Wow, we went to the same high school. How about that?
Yes, sir.
So you're a little bit bigger than me, so I won't say Boomer Sooners since you went to UT. I should probably stay away from that, sucker.
Let's remain friends. Let's remain friends.
Let's keep the Roosevelt between us. But,
there you go.
But no, I think you're in for good action here tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway, and you've already seen it at Circuit of the Americas, which is a different type of racing,
sure.
And then Texas Motor Speedway. So, do you have any expectations of what you're going to see here tonight?
Well, having spent I guess a day and a half now with Mary Ann. The track is first class, the operation's first class, so I expect a first class event. And I hope that she continue to be an open book with me about how she's been able to be so successful at this point. And we can drag some of that over to Lone Star Speedway, partner and work on our schedules together and build a family.
Man, that's going to be a lot of fun. And that's one of the most important things as well. The tracks need to work together with each other, and you got sister tracks, you got partner tracks, and we all need to get along. We all need to work with each other, and we'll send you our business, you send us your business. So that's great that you're going to see a first-rate facility out here. We got great family atmosphere. I've been announcing all over Texas for the last 25, 26 years, and this is probably one of the best family atmospheres that I've ever been to, and it's just a lot of fun. So you're going to see what it's like. You've been hanging out with her for a day and a half. You're going to see it from another perspective, and welcome to the racing community, sucker.
Thank you for having me.
Man, don't look at those empty seats, okay? Just think about the people that are there, and then they'll start to fill in. They will start to fill in.
Those that attend the events will have a great time. Our task is to put on great events. Great events draw great people. So that's our goal.
I'm going to give him one piece of advice, and this is the only piece of advice I'll ever give you. When you see people in the grandstands, walk through and say hi, shake their hand, thank them for being there.
Absolutely.
That's what I used to do at San Antonio Speedway when I announced there, and then I did that at I-37. But thank them. Hey, thank you for, even if you can't make up and shake their hand, point at it. Hey, thank you for being here. That makes them feel so good.
Fan appreciation.
Ivan Wagner from Roosevelt High School. Milton Hope from Roosevelt High School, right around the same time, 74, 75, somewhere in there.
Right in there.
So we're both 27 years old, and we don't look it because I hang my head out the window when I'm driving. So this is a windblown look that I have. But hey, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to have a lot of fun here at the racetrack tonight. One more quick break, and we'll be back to close out the pre-race show.
Thanks for having me.
Wheel to wheel, battle for the race lead. New race lead down the backstretch.
Here comes Training Perfect.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Cotton Bowl Speedway, our final segment here on the pre-race show, brought to you by Alpha One Chevy and Buick over in Rockdale, Texas. Be sure to go over there if you're looking for a Chevy or a Buick. They're going to do a great job. They've been sponsoring the pre-race show the second half of the year. Also, if you're looking to get on the good side of your wife or your girlfriend, or both your wife and your girlfriend, or your husband or whoever it may be, Craig's Jewelry, who sponsors Craig's Victory Lane. That is the place here in Central Texas in the Bastrop area to pick up that jewelry to make your significant do in sponsoring Victory Lane. As we get ready to go into the race night tonight, this is the first of our 3 final regular points races of the season. As we talked about earlier, and I'll grab my paper to cheat here real quick, we got a couple of classes where between first and second place, we're down to 4 points separating your points leader and second place. Tommy Gurrell and Todd Roberts McAvoy, 4 points. We've got Derek Scott Jr. in the mods over Chris Morris, 5 points. And we've got Marcus Harcrow and George Egbert III in the iStocks, 4-point difference between first and second. So these last 3 races, tonight, September the 18th, September the 25th, the last 3 races, every finishing spot that they can get in heat races and main events is going to be very, very important. We saw how it was in the race 2 weeks ago where Tim Homeyer lost the championship because of a flip. But we're going to have great racing here tonight. Cotton Bowl Speedway is a place to be. Thank you to all the fans that are in the grandstands tonight. Be sure to visit the concession stand, get your food and drink. And thank you to those watching on Speed Pass. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to move on to our opening ceremonies coming up in just a couple of minutes. Thanks for being here. Milton Hope, going to have a lot of fun with you.
CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1.
I'll be watching you. You give me a thumbs up. I'll give you
crazy.
So,
You did amazing. That was
Miss Muscle White, remember her?
I do. Yeah. and I'm not sure exactly where. I have been in the same. I was looking.
Well, during my Roosevelt days, I was never where I was supposed to be. I was playing in the
But
halls.
he's seen you at some of the bigger games and stuff, right? I mean,
No, probably just
Back here.
I remember every week his name was there at the top of the high jump list. When you said Ivan Wagner, I was like, there's no way he can be the high jump.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, well, there's pride in every American heart.
All right. Hey, have a seat for just a moment, if you would, please. We're going to do a couple of things here real fast before we get on with our opening ceremony. So thank you for being here tonight. We appreciate it, and always a good time here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Just by a show of hands, who is here for the very first time? Raise your hand. Thank you, thank you. How many of y'all are lying? Thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate all you first-timers. Thank you very much for being here tonight. We hope that you have a grand time tonight. I know you will. All the regulars, by a show of hands, they're going to have a good time, right? There you go. Amen. All right. But we're going to have a grand time here tonight. The concession stand is open and available for you to run down, grab some food. We're down to our last 3 points races of the year tonight. And then September the 18th is our next race, okay? So your calendar at home is probably kind of empty over the next 4 weeks, because we're not racing again until the 18th of September and then the 25th. Then we have Oktoberfest coming up October 8th and 9th. And then we're going to have another monster truck show out here at the racetrack. How many were at the last monster truck show? Okay, that is not nearly enough hands. All right, so think about this. Go home tonight. As soon as you get home, go to your calendar in October. October the 31st. Do we know what time yet? Okay, we don't know what time yet. Just plan on being here from 8 in the morning until 10 at night, all right? We'll announce the time later on as we get closer and we kind of work those things out. But mark it on your calendar, October 31st. We're going to have another monster truck show here. We're also going to have a class or two of our local drivers out here showing off and showing the folks that didn't know about the racetrack. How many of y'all first-timers, how many by a raise of hands, didn't even know there was a racetrack here? All right. Hey, guess what? There's a frickin' racetrack out there. All right. So we're going to have fun. We're going to have the big boys and the big girls driving the race cars. And then the most fun you'll ever have on a Saturday night is at intermission when we have kids' Power Wheel races. How many of you local folks, regulars, like that Power Wheel racing? Heck yeah. It is a lot of fun. Okay, we've got just a brief moment. I'm going to do something here. We're going to introduce one of our drivers. Where's Kevin Parker? Kevin Parker was at our monster truck show a couple of weeks ago, and he was in one of the support. Send this old Kevin Parker up here because we'd like to get you to know a few of our drivers over the last few weeks and recognize him specifically for the monster truck appearance. And he's getting out of his car. He's kind of a small guy. Come on, Kevin. I got the ladder here for you. We want the crowd to see what one of our drivers looks like that's maybe not normally out here for the interview. So how about a round of applause for Kevin Parker? Yeah. Damn, a handsome man he is. Good golly. Do you want a microphone or you want me to hold it? All right, there's one right there. All right, I'm going to ask you a question. Just put that right by your mouth. Speak loudly. I know you know how it works, but tell us how it makes you feel to race here at Cotton Bowl and just race in general. How do you like racing?
Oh, it's a blast, man. I tell you what, this is one of the best facilities I've ever raced at. It's just wonderful. You folks are all family to us. We come out here and do this for you.
Oh, yeah, and you can't say that any better. This is always a family atmosphere at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Now, we have big events that happen at Cotton Bowl Speedway all the time. We've got the racing, we've got the monster truck shows, we got the World of Outlaws. I mean, can you think of any other event that we would maybe have happen here at Cotton Bowl Speedway?
I've got a good one for.
Well, you got a good one for tonight?
Yeah.
But we've got 6 classes of cars.
That's okay. I count.
You count, okay.
Right now.
All right. What event are we going to do?
So, I've raced all year trying to place first, okay? I got the heat race. Tonight, y'all going to help me get the big one.
Are you talking about winning a main event?
Yeah, a real main event.
The main event?
The main event.
All right, let's talk about it.
I want to bring my girlfriend down, Sharon.
Sharon, come down. I think he needs a pep talk from you so he can get to the winner's circle.
She's going to help me win. So I want to know.
Wait a minute. What did she say, by the way?
I think she said yes.
She took the ring awfully fast.
I saw that.
I said yes.
All right.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Marianne, H, the crew, everybody that was involved setting us up. I appreciate you folks giving me a few minutes to get this done. We're all family here, and I wanted y'all to be a part of it.
Way to go, Kevin. Congratulations. Sucker. All right. Larissa, here we go. I'll give this back to you. All right. Oh, how many? Anybody tear up? Anybody? Tear in your eye? Yeah, okay, that's very good. Any single women up there? No, all right. All right, let's go ahead and get our opening ceremonies underway. If you would please rise to your feet. We have an exciting night of racing. I'll tell you what, something that I just heard. Hey, you know what? We live in the United States of America. And the last thing that I should have to tell anybody in our great country is to take your damn hat off. If you don't do it, unfriend me right now. All right. Bow your heads, please. We also want to have a moment of silence for some racing family and the Chambers family. Some of our racing family losing family members over the past couple of weeks, and we always hate to hear something like that, and Kevin just talked about it. We are a family, and we always want to recognize those that have lost a loved one. We'll also have a moment of silence for our armed forces men and women spread across the globe, also for those still battling the COVID and this variant. be with those who are passing away or extremely ill from it. We'll have a moment of silence. Our kind and gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for this gathering tonight on a beautiful Saturday evening here in Central Texas. We thank you for the family atmosphere that Kevin mentioned. We thank you for those family members that were here during the racing. They were part of our racing community until their untimely passing. We ask that you please lay your hand over these families during their time of grieving. We hope to get them back to the racetrack soon, but we know that you're with them, and they have loved their family members during their entire racing career. We ask that you please lay your hand over the track tonight. Be with the drivers and their crew members. Guide them around safely in the spirit of friendly competition. And at the end of tonight, we ask that you lead and guide and direct all of our spectators, our crews, our workers, everybody that's gathered here tonight to their final destination safely. Be with our armed forces men and women spread across the globe, and be with our first responders, our police officers, our firemen, our doctors and nurses during this critical time. In your name we pray. Amen. Our national anthem tonight, delivered by Larissa Brungot.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
God bless Texas, and God bless the United States. Oh, man, it is time to get started here at Cotton Bowl Speedway tonight as we've got an exciting night of racing. Let's take a look at the first heat race of the night, the IMCA Stock Cars. Heat race number 1, 8 laps. Front row, 28, Sean Paul Lehman, 712, Colton Monroe. The 70 of George Egbert III. Next to him, we talked to him earlier tonight, 33M, Mason Doherty. 114, Thomas Hall Jr., M5, Dustin Mooney, and the 489 of Anthony Otkin. 7 cars out in this first heat race for the Browning IMCA stock cars. All right, going to show them one more time around once they come by the flag stand. Rolled up white flag, Nathan Lavender up in the flag stand tonight with that beautiful patriotic helmet he's got on his head there for safety reasons. We're going to send him around one more time. Sean Paul Lehman sitting on the pole trying to dial that car in after just lots of issues early in the year. It's good to see Sean Paul back out there. He's really been working on that car over and over, long hours to get it in competition race ready. But he's on the pole tonight. Colton Monroe next to him. Egbert and Doherty second row. Hall, Mooney third row, and Anthony Otkins on the fourth row. Six local classes tonight. No visiting classes this evening, so we'll get this show underway as the, man, that is just about a cloudless sky out there. As cloudless as you can get here in Central Texas tonight in the early part of August, just after 7 o'clock. And thank you, everybody, for watching wherever you're watching from on Speed Pass. Looks like we're going to send him around one more time. We had to wait for one of the cars to catch up and get in his spot. Browning iStocks, and then that'll be followed by the street stocks. All right, going to be a good night of racing out there in the grandstands. If you're ready for some racing, get your hands up in the air. Put your hands up. We are ready. Going down the back straightaway, Sean Paul Lehman lead him into turn 3 and 4. He's looking for a good showing tonight. Pick chick Rachel Plant out in her spot in turn 4, ready to take lots of photos. Here we go. First race of the night. Green flag, green light. Lehman gets loose halfway down turn 1 and 2. Two drivers are going to kind of pick their way by him right there. The 70 of George Egbert quickly out of turn 2. Here comes the 712 of Colton Monroe also. Lehman trying to hold on to third, started on the pole. Quickly getting shuffled further and further back. Watch out, we got a spin right there. 489, Anthony Otkin with the spin out. Yellow comes out on the track as Egbert leads him around, but they're going to take the foot off the gas. All right, we're going to get him lined back up again. Sean Paul Lehman having a little issue there on the front straightaway, and that put Anthony Otkin to spin out a little bit to try to get out of his way. Turn 2, we got to get those spectators off the fence back there in turn 2, get them out of the way. We don't want you getting a face full of mud and rocks out there coming around the corner, so we need to get those spectators off turn 2. Three points races left tonight, September the 18th, September the 25th. That's it. Everybody trying to get a better position in the points races. Here we go. Green, green, green on the restart. As the 70 of George Egbert leads them down into turn 1 and 2. Egbert slings it way low. Watch out. The 712 of Colton Monroe. He goes up and kisses the outside wall in turn 1. That cost him a lot of ground. He was up in the front 3, and now he's in the back 2. Now trying to get by Otkin in the 489 going into turn 3 and 4.
My home to yours, and he themes it. And this is the 20th.
The 70 of George Egbert getting up on 3 wheels down in turn 2 and 3 and 4 doing a great job of muscling that car around, trying to keep it low on the groove.
Where he brings in Mellencamp's music and some Dylan, and some Bob Seger, and Eric Church, and a whole bunch of artists. And I'm sure he'll play his song as well.
Egbert doing a great job of muscling that car around the track. Doherty in the 33M. We talked to him in our pre-race show. Back in third right now. He is 6th in points coming into tonight's racing in the iStocks. Laps clicking away. Should be 2 to go this time by the flag stand as the 70 of George Egbert leads him down the back straightaway. He's always in top contention no matter which racetrack he's at. Right now is Cotton Bowl Speedway, and he's doing a great job in that 70 iStock. .114, Thomas Hall hanging right around there with Egbert as Sean Paul Lehman pulls it into the infield. Another week in a row that he's pulled into the infield during the race. Thomas Hall trying to get on the inside of Egbert. Hall goes really, really low on turn 2. Thought he saw an opening to get by Egbert. Egbert shuts the door on him. Coming into 3 and 4, they're within a quarter of a car length. Here's your first checkered flag of the night. Egbert, Hall, and Doherty running 1, 2, 3. Egbert with a nice run there in the white number 70. Hall closing that gap fairly quickly, but not able to move up another spot. He finishes 2nd. Mason Doherty running the factory stocks and the iStocks tonight finishes in 3rd. Heat race number 2. Heat race number 2 for the Browning IMCA stock cars. Let's take a look at the Browning IMCA stock car heat race number 2 starting lineup. Front row is the 4K of Ken Plonsky, the 01T of Tracy Scherner, 94A Allison Morris, C3 Chris Birmingham. Number 9, coming off a main event win last night at Heart of Texas Speedway, Jason Batt, now ready to motor it around here at Cotton Bowl Speedway on a Saturday night. Marcus Hartcrow, man, he's a man that you got to deal with pretty firmly. He's a great driver, and he's in the 29, and 1H, Chad Herring. That's your starting grid for heat race number 2 of the iStocks. Going to show them 1 to go this time by at the flag stand. White flag held rolled up. They know what that means as the 01 of Tracy Scherner on the outside of row 1 settles right up next to Ken Plonsky and the 4K sitting on the pole. Allison Morris has had some good runs this year in the 94A as well as Birmingham, but the 2 to watch out for, look at that 3rd row. The 9 of Jason Batt and the 29 of Marcus Hartcrow. My prediction, they're going to be up front fairly quickly. Lights are out. Heat race number 2. Ken Plonsky sets the pace. Flagman keeps an eye on him, picking up speed at the pink tire. Here we go. Green flag, green light, off and running. As Plonsky tries to pull away from Tracy Scherner and does. Jason Batt already making a move coming out of turn 2. Within a quarter of the lap has worked his way from the 3rd row up to battling for 2nd. And now Jason Batt trying to grab that lead coming out of turn 4. The 94 of Allison Morris trying to get around Plonsky in that white number 4. Morris running strong and straight down the back straightaway. Marcus Hartcrow settles in behind her in the black and green 29. Plonsky goes high between 3 and 4. That opens the door for Allison Morris to move up an additional spot. Marcus Harcrow the third. C3 Chris Birmingham taking the agricultural route through the infield. Didn't cut off much ground there, but Birmingham moves up to fourth in the black and yellow C3. Jason Batt coming into tonight third in points in the Browning ice stock cars here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Only 5 points behind your previous race winner, George Egbert. Marcus Harcrow in the 29. He's your points leader. He's got a 4-point lead over Egbert, who won the last heat race. But Jason Batt coming out of Heart of Texas Speedway last night with the big main event win, and he leads this heat race. Chris Birmingham pulls off the track into the infield. He's done for this heat race. Issues with the C3 iStock. Jason Batt with a pretty good lead right now as Allison Morris, she's doing a great job holding off the hard charger of Marcus Harcrow. Not to be denied. He is always looking to move up those extra spots, but Allison Morris has the best of him right now going down the back straightaway and into turn 3 and 4. 1 lap to go. Well, I told you Jason Batt wouldn't stay back there in the middle very long. He rocketed up to the front. Never compromised as he comes home with the heat race win. Allison Morris, man, she had a great run right there. She finishes second in front of Marcus Harcrow, who finishes third. So your top 3 in points in the IMCA stock cars. First place, Marcus Harcrow finishes third in the heat race. George Egbert, second in points. He wins his heat race. And third in points, Jason Batt. He wins his heat race as well. This is going to set up for a great main event later tonight. All right, looks like we got 3 heat races for the Cotton Bowl Speedway Street Stocks. Here is heat race number 1. On the pole, 22M Anthony Gordon, 75 Todd Roberts McAvoy. Second row inside, number 10 Greg Langley, and outside row 2, 59 Johnny Murner. Inside row 3, number 5 Dwayne Toyin. Outside row 3 is the 2D of Darrell Cox. All right, missing a couple of street stocks right now. 5 Dwayne Toyin and 2D Darrell Cox. Supposed to be 6 inside this heat race, and 2 of them are missing. Maybe at the concession stand. I don't know. And don't forget to visit the concession stand tonight. And great food, great drinks. Rush on back up to your seat and enjoy tonight's racing events. We're going to run the race with the 4 we got. 2 of them didn't show up for their heat race. Anthony Gordon, always running strong. Summer Series Showdown event winner. Here they come at you. Green flag, green light. Todd Roberts McAvoy, second in points coming into tonight's race in the all-white 75. As they go down the back straightaway, Roberts McAvoy settles in behind Anthony Gordon. The 10 of Greg Langley slides up into third. 59 Johnny Murner in fourth. My full expectation is to see the 22 and the 75 pull away from the rest of these cars in the heat race. They are a couple of cream of the crops here at Cotton Bowl Speedway, and they're starting to lengthen that lead over the third place car. That 10 of Greg Langley doing all he can to stay on the same side of the track as your front runners, Roberts McAvoy and Anthony Gordon. Gordon doing a great job as he's not in the top 3 in the street stocks and points, as Todd Roberts McAvoy in the 75 currently sits in second place, only 4 points behind first place leader Tommy Gurrell. That's how important these final 3 races are of the season. Tonight, September 18th and September 25th. Every position and every point's going to count in several of these classes. Gordon starting to open up a little bit larger lead on Todd Roberts McAvoy. Anthony Gordon making his way safely by one of the back cars, beginning to lap him. Todd Roberts McAvoy as well. 2 laps to go this time by, it looks like. 2 to go. Anthony Gordon riding on rails out there tonight as he is extending that lead over Todd Roberts McAvoy. Second in the race, second in points. White flag coming up this time by, the first of 2 heat races for the Cotton Bowl Speedway Street Stocks. Checker flag win, Anthony Gordon with the win easily over Todd Roberts McAvoy in the 75. Finish out the 3rd and 4th place. Looks like Greg Langley is going to grab that 3rd place spot along with 59 Johnny Murner finishing out that race. Realtor night at the races here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. We got all sorts of real estate agents from around the Bastrop area, and we appreciate all the real estate agents that are here tonight and having a good time, enjoying the track, and hoping to sell a lot of homes in 2021. All right, starting lineup 05, Daniel Gaudette on the pole. Next to him, the 3D of Darrell Rhodes. Your points leader in the street stock class, Tommy Gurrell in the 9. Jeff Hendricks in the 31J. 57, Dale Apshear. And 32, Jim Swanson. And then it looks like the 2 cars that were supposed to race with us in the first heat race have actually joined this heat race. Dwayne Toyin in the 5 and 2D Daryl Cox. Way to make it confusing on the announcer and the scorekeeper. Thank you. Appreciate you. All right, let's look at the ones up front. Daniel Gaudette, Darrell Rhodes, ready to rock it around the track. Tommy Gurrell, your points leader, only has a 4-point lead coming into tonight over Todd Roberts McAvoy, who finished second in that heat race just a few moments ago. Daniel Gaudette, who is out there on the pole in the 05 up front, he is 3rd in points, but he's a distant 3rd at 298 points coming into tonight. Second is at 334, so quite a difference there between 3rd and 4th. So finishing up the rest of the year, it's going to be a battle between Tommy Gurrell and Todd Roberts McAvoy. Here we go, off and running, green flag, green light. We are going street stock racing, Cotton Bowl Speedway style. Jumping out quickly to 3D of Darrell Rose, rockets out of turn 2 and down the back straightaway. Tommy Gurrell in the blue over white number 9 street stock settles into second. Here comes the 05 of Daniel Gaudette in third. The 5 of Dwayne Toyin up there battling with Daniel Gaudette in the 05. Here's Toyin moving up to third as Gaudette. He's got the mosquito spray out there. He is smoking from behind that 05, killing bugs in Central Texas. Look at that smoke getting bigger and bigger. Hopefully it's nothing serious. See if he can finish out this heat race and get back there and work on it. Pretty sure his crew members up there in the grandstands on turn 2 probably looking at that saying, uh-oh, we got some work to do when he comes off the track. Meanwhile, the 3D of Darrell Rhodes, he is on cruise control just like I-35. Got an easy drive as we got into the outside wall of turn 4. That was your race leader, Darrell Rhodes. That's not going to do him any good. As the 5 of Dwayne Toyin inherits that lead. Toyin up to the lead. Rhodes still in second, Tommy Gural in third. The 05 of Daniel Gaudette smoking more and more each time around. Maybe it was Dwayne Toyin's idea to get in the wrong heat race because he's off and running in this one. He is winning it as he's pulling away. Toyin in the 5. 3D Darrell Rhodes second as they start to catch up with slower traffic. Toyin's going to have to be careful coming down the front straightaway and into the remaining turns as he makes his way by. Toyin goes low to get out of their way. They go high to do the same. 3D Darrell Rhodes rockets past Hendricks and the others. Here is the checkered flag. Dwayne Toyin, wrong heat race, but he still gets the win. 3D Darrell Rhodes finishes up in second. Tommy Gurrell finishes up in third. .3D probably cost himself that heat race win by going into that outside wall of turn 4, but he gathered it up quickly, got back into second place, and that's where he finishes. All right, here we go. Time to move up to the Gunslinger Factory Stocks heat race number 1. Front row, 33, Kurt Ellis, 12X, Daniel Ralston. Second row, 33K, Shelby Baker, 17, Don Cron. Third row inside, 10D, Don Painter, 58, Steve Sims on the outside of row 3. And then jumping into his second car, second class, 33M, Mason Doherty. Fourth row inside with Carson Burks in the 145 next to him on the outside of row 4. All right, they're going to go around one more time. Looks like 3 heat races for the Gunslinger Factory Stocks at Cotton Bowl Speedway tonight. Whole bunch of good drivers. Gunslinger Factory Stocks point race. Tim Homeyer in the 8 star has 333 points. Steve Sims second at 322 and Mason Doherty third at 315. Lights are out. Nathan Lavender takes a look at him. Here comes Kurt Ellis and Daniel Ralston on the front row. Green flag, green light. They are off and running. Race on Texas and live right here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Still grouped together coming out of turn 2. Trying to set the pace, the 12X of Donald Ralston. Here comes the 33 of Kurt Ellis trying to hang with them on his coattails. Down the front straightaway they come. Ralston's trying to set the early pace as he opens up about a 5-car length lead into turn 3 and 4 and down the front straightaway. Like to get away from this group of cars and get into that clean air and stay away from any trouble. 33K Shelby Baker still settles in behind him in second. Here comes Mason Doherty, though, driving the I-stock and driving the factory stock. Currently in third, 33M, the white and blue. Third in points, third in the race. Doherty and the white 33M trying to sneak up behind Shelby Baker and grab an extra spot, move up into second. Let's see if he can do it down the front straightaway. Meanwhile, Daniel Ralston out for a Saturday night drive. Nice and even in the turns and down the straightaways. He's opened up a much larger lead now. It went from 5 to about 10 car lengths within a lap and a half as Ralston is on cruise control. 33K Baker trying to hold on to second, but here comes Mason Doherty. Doherty going to go to the inside. Doherty snipping around, pokes that blue front end of the 33M under the 33K. Doherty takes it low, hard, turns that wheel, trying to cut the ground that he has to drive. Can he do it? Yes, he does. Into turn 1 and 2. Mason Doherty takes over second place. That pushes the 33K as Shelby Baker back to third. 17, Don Cron holding on to fourth, settles in behind Baker. 1 lap to go as the white flag goes up. Man, this has been an easy drive out there tonight for the 12X of Daniel Ralston. He comes across a mile and a half ahead, everybody. Ralston with the win. Mason Doherty finishing up in second. 33K. Shelby Baker finishes third. Don Cron finishes in fourth. Well, that wasn't too bad of a race out there. The first Gunslinger Factory Stock Heat Race, the first of 3. All right, here we go at Cotton Bowl Speedway, the Gunslinger Factory Stocks Heat Race number 2. 8 times around the racetrack. Let's see who we got in this one right now. 59, Jason Oltman, and 26, Wyatt Bohannon will occupy the front row, inside, outside. 24, Brady Ricks. 43, Stacy Robinette. 8-star, Tim Holmeyer, inside row 3. 48, Mike Land on the outside of row 3. And the C4 of Garrett Cherry. All right, we're going to have the 48L move on back to another heat race. It's not his turn. So we'll send him on back to the pit area. He'll go line up with the next heat race. Hey, for those of you that weren't here a couple of weeks ago, you missed all the excitement on the back straightaway. You see that purple car, the 8-star. He came out of turn 2, and right before that transmission sign on the back straightaway, he flipped over on the wall, rolled over on the track, landed on his hood, but he walked away with a smile. And now he's back tonight after working on that car for a couple of weeks. Here we go on the start. Green flag, green light as Jason Oltman and Wyatt Bohannon started up front. Expect to see Tim Holmeyer make some moves here fairly quickly. Oh, yellow, yellow, yellow comes out already. If you look over at that McSpadden Tire and Automotive sign in turn 2, right down by the grass, there's a Light's about to go out there and pick it up. Tim Homeyer just drove around it to avoid any contact with it. You never know if it's going to be a hard piece of object or some fiberglass, but we always want to get that racetrack nice and clean for these race car drivers. All right, total restart. Nathan Lavender, the flag man, will show him the rolled up flags. It'll be 1 to go next time by the flag stand as we have a great crowd here in the grandstands tonight, and we have a great crowd up in the VIP booth. Realtor night at the races. We've got real estate agents and their families from all around the Bastrop area here at Realtor night at the races. Thank you all for being here tonight. All right. Going to show them 1 to go at the flag stand this time by. Brady Ricks looks like he's moved up to the pole on this restart. Thank you to those of you that are here live tonight at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Beautiful night here. The sun's gone down. It's getting more and more comfortable as the evening goes by. And thank you to those that are watching on Race on Texas and Speed Pass. We wish you were here live. You missed a big event tonight. We had a marriage proposal out there on the front sidewalk. Kevin Partner suckering a girl into marrying him. Congratulations to Kevin Parker. All right. Lights are out around the track. Here we go on the restart. 24, Brady Ricks leads them down the front straightaway with 26, Wyatt Bohannon. Bohannon quickly out of turn 2 and down the back straightaway. Grabs that initial lead. He'll lead him out of turn 4 and down the front straightaway. First time by. 24, Ricks backs off to second. Out of turn 2 and down the back straightaway. 26, Wyatt Bohannon. H.E. Nauman having an Alzheimer's moment up here. Didn't pay attention to any story that I told about Tim Homeyer. He told me to tell the story about Tim flipping over, and I said, I just told it. All right. But you know what? That's dedication, though, Ace. And he flipped that car over. In 2 weeks, he's back out here on the track. Dedication to get back out here and compete. He is the points leader, so he's got another reason to do so. Wyatt Bohannon into the turns, down the back straightaway, opening up that lead. Points leader Tim Homeyer trying to close that gap as the laps disappear. Should be 3 to go this time by. Homeyer trying to reel him into that recently repaired car after he flipped it over on the back straightaway coming out of turn 2. Homeyer trying to reel him in with 2 laps to go. If anybody can do it, Tim Homeyer can. Wyatt Bohannon in the 26 knows that he's got his hands full with Homeyer behind him. Homeyer just a half car length behind the 26 of Bohannon. It's going to be 1 lap to go. He picks up speed going into turn 3. He cuts that gap in half. Now he tries to get that nose underneath him. Homeyer is right on the back bumper of Bohannon. He's got to be careful, though. He doesn't want to hit him, doesn't want to knock him out of position. Homeyer may just settle for that second place spot. Watch him coming out of turn 3 and 4. He's going to poke his nose in one more time. It's a dash. We're good. 26, Wyatt Bohannon with the win. Tim Homeyer finishing up in second. Good run. I think if we would have had another lap or two, Homeyer might have reeled him in and got that heat race win, but we're all good right there. Homeyer will finish up in second and get a good starting spot in the main event. All right, Gunslinger Factory Stock, heat race number 3. 8 more times around for the Factory Stocks. Front row 35, Ray Glaze. 7, Kevin Najek. 45, inside row 2, that is Seth Davis. Got 15K, Kevin Batterby next to him. The 20, hey, it's good to see him back up here. Mike Lyon, he's taking a couple of weeks off, couple of months off actually. 48L, Robert Kelm. And the 99 of Cody Tankersley. Glaze and Najek. Najek had to do a lot of work on his car as well over the past couple of weeks. As they pick up speed, they come out of turn 3 and 4. Off and running they go. Najek tries to blast out front as quickly as he can. Najek with the lead down the back straightaway into turn 3 and 4. Najek keeps it low coming into turn 2, being battled on the outside. That was a dangerous spot where Homeyer flipped, and we got to watch out. The 15K of Kevin Batterby didn't do the same thing, made it free and clear. Batterby comes out of turn 4, your race leader. Najek back to second, but here comes a hard charge of Robert Kelm in the 48L. Kelm doing a great job of that all-white 48 coming out of turn 4. We got smoke one more time coming out of the Najek 7 factory stock as the 20 of Mike Lyon gets right up next to him coming out of 1 and 2. $15K, Kevin Batterby doing a great job all the way around the grid here at Cotton Bowl Speedway tonight as Robert Kelm is able to make his way by Najek and move up into second. A proportionate amount between first and second and third, equal, same, whatever word you want to use, but they're starting to spread out down the straightaways and in the turn. Batterby with the lead. Kelm falling further back in second now as Najek still in third. 35 Ray Glaze looks like he's in fourth. Should be 2 laps to go this time by when they come by the flag stand. Two flags shown that time by the flag stand is Batterby doing an excellent job out there. Driving that 15K Gunslinger factory stock, trying to take it home to the heat race winner's circle tonight. Robert Kelm did a masterful job to work his way by Kevin Najek up into second. Najek back to third in the 7th. And this should be it. Kevin Batterby with the win as the checkered flags go flying by Nathan Lavender. Robert Kelm going to cross second in the 48L. And the 7 of Kevin Najek. 99 Cody Tankersley comes in fourth. All right, up next, the IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds. Heat race number 1, 18D, Stephen Davis, 55, Rusty Head, your main event winner here a couple of weeks ago. 8, Doug Ripple, R3W, Rick Wolf, 21S, Rookie Smith, the 23A of Greg Atwood, and the H14, a familiar name, Heath Stewart, 4th row inside. Hey, if you're watching on Race on Texas tonight, send me an email if you would, please. Or if you're in the grandstands tonight, send me an email that you're here. Here's the email address, racelocation@yahoo.com. Racelocation@yahoo.com. Shoot me an email with your name, who all's watching with you, and where you're watching from, and I'll try to throw out a couple of those as the night goes by. Picking up speed, though. Here come the Southern Sport Mods. Stephen Davis, Rusty Head, lead him down the front straightaway. Down into turn 1 and 2 they go, breaking out of the pack quickly. Couple of cars trying to set the pace early. 8-lap heat race, you don't have time to dilly-dally. 55 of Rusty Head comes across first on that first lap. R3W Rick Wolf in second. Rusty Head, he's your main event winner a couple of weeks ago here at Cotton Bowl Speedway, and he's trying to duplicate that again tonight. First, he's got to get the heat race out of the way, and then stand up to a whole bunch of great drivers in the main event for the IMCA Southern Sport Mods. But right now, Rusty Head and Rick Wolf trying to break away from the pack, set the early pace, make everybody try to play catch up. Got to play catch up because there's no mustard in racing. They're pretty good out there right now. Rusty Head winning this car in some sort of lottery. Didn't spend a whole lot of money on that lottery and brought it home to the winner's circle. He won the previous race but got disqualified. Fixed whatever the issue was, came back 2 weeks ago and dominated the night. Found himself being interviewed on the front straightaway as the main event winner 2 weeks ago here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. And he's doing great right now. Rusty's got to be careful, get around that Ripple car very carefully. You always want to be careful. Always be careful when you're around Ripple, right, H? Yeah. Uh-oh, watch out, 18. Stephen Davis, come on now. All right, checkered flag, we're done anyway, so he'll coast to a stop right there. .55, Rusty Head with the heat race win, coming off a main event win a couple of weeks ago. And now he has set the standard for the IMCA Southern Sport Modifieds for the rest of the night. He's got this car dialed in. 3 heat races tonight for the Sport Modifieds. Heat race number 2, 73D Jacob Horch, 28 Rowdy Chenard next to him. Inside row 2, 12D Dwayne Owens and 777 James Honish next to him outside row 2. Joe Maple inside row 3 in the 231. 22M John Aramendia outside row 3, and V8, not the drink but the driver, V8 Dennis Henley rounds out this second group of IMCA Southern Sport Mods. Lights are out in all the corners and down the front straightaway. They know they are ready to go as Jacob Horch and Rowdy Chenard lead them around, coming out of turn 4. Here we go. Green flag, green light. We're off and running. Trying to set the pace early. There's all sorts of movement in turn 3 and 4. Watch the contact. Who's it going to be? 73, Jacob Horch. 28, Rowdy Chenard. Chenard, a former track champion here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. They're running 1-2. 777, James Honish, trying to move up on the inside and grab second place away from Chenard. Can't do it, coming out of turn 4. Down the back straightaway, still Jacob Horch, your pole sitter, the 73D. Really setting a good pace out there, and nobody really able to catch up to him in this second heat race for the IMCA Southern Sport Mods. 28, Chenard still holding second, as Honish just doesn't seem to have that extra power or extra grip to get around him. Honish settling into third right now. He sneaks that nose under Chenard in turn 3. No change in your lineup. Here comes the 231 of Joe Maple, trying to get up into the top 4 or 5. Dwayne Owens and Dennis Henley rounding out the group. Should be 2 laps to go this time by the flag stand. 2 to go. Nathan Lavender will show the white and green flag next to each other, signifying, 1 to go. Missed it. Said something different on the screen. Final lap. And he goes wire to wire. 73D, Jacob Horch. Rowdy Chenard, James Honish, and Joe Maple. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good run by Horch as he started up on the pole position. He brings it all the way home 8 times around, leading Rowdy Chenard, who never gave up second, even though he's being challenged by Honish in the 777. Joe Maple with a good finish in the 231. All right, here comes heat race number 3 for the IMCA Southern Sport Mods. Let's get them identified to you on the pole position. Recently engaged on the front straightaway, number 7, Kevin Parker. 115, Andrew Supak. 32, Robert Stewart. 21T, Taylor Florio occupy row 2. 12, Brandon Guerin. And the 3A of Jerry Ashlock. All right, lights are out. Here comes Kevin Parker leading him around with Andrew Supak right next to him. Here we go. Green flag, green line. Robert Stewart, Taylor Florio, G.W. Egbert, Brandon Guerin, and Jerry Ashlock round out. Yellow, yellow, yellow comes out immediately in this heat race. All right, bad start as our flagman Nathan Lavender waved it off, didn't like it. He radioed up to the tower here saying, no, 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 yellow, yellow, yellow. Trying to get the 115 of Andrew Supak up to the front row outside. That's where he belongs. Now, he may think that car may not be letting him in right there. And I think that's the problem we have is that car was right there in front of Supak and wouldn't let him in front of him. Now he's getting up there. All right, so poor Andrew Supak, his ears must have been burning there for a few minutes trying to get him up to the right spot. But we got him there. Kevin Parker, Andrew Supak, front row. Robert Stewart, Taylor Florio, second row. G.W. Egbert and Brandon Guerin, third row. Jerry Ashlock bringing up the back of the pack. Complete restart. No laps complete. Kevin Parker coming out of turn 4, picking up the pace. There's the green flag and green light. Off and running in this heat race, number 3 for the IMCA Southern Sport Mods. Trying to shake it out there in turn 1 and 2. Robert Stewart in that multicolored number 32. I followed him all the way up Highway 21 today. He jumps out front. Smiled as he goes by Rachel Plant, taking his picture. Trying to get settled. He's got some early challenge down the back straightaway. Stewart got his first main event win a couple of months ago here. Very excited about it. Kevin Parker settles into second in the 7K. Parker gets loose up there in turn 1. And that lets a couple of cars get by him. Here comes the 12 of Brandon Guerin. G.W. Egbert, 717, has worked his way up to second place, trying to chase down and reel in Robert Stewart. Stewart running pretty good. Got a little wobble out there in turn 4. No harm, no foul, but 717 Egbert, he'll take advantage of anything he can. Stewart wobbles again in turn 2. Egbert closes ground. He cut that lead in half coming out of turn 2. Stewart's got to get that 32 under control. Egbert wiggles just a little bit in turn 3. Not able to catch up to Stewart that time out of turn 4. Egbert goes high up in turn 1 and 2. That lets Brandon Guerin in the 12 close a little ground. We got a 3-car breakaway in this heat race. 2 to go this time by. 2 to go. Here comes Guerin. Guerin on the outside of Egbert. Egbert shuts the doors. He goes low. Guerin tries to go underneath Egbert. Guerin in the 12. Snoops around the inside. Tries to hold that line and cut the ground he has to drive, but it didn't work. Stewart with the lead. Coming up on slow traffic. Egbert in second. Got to be careful with that slow running number 3. Stewart, Egbert, Guerin should finish 1, 2, 3. It's a dash for the checkered flag. Robert Stewart with the win. Egbert second, Guerin third. 3A Jerry Ashlock almost went into the outside wall on that final pass on the front straightaway. He held it okay. Yeah, again, copy down that email address. Send me an email of where you're watching from and who's watching with you tonight. It's racelocation@yahoo.com, and after intermission, I'll try to throw out where people are watching from. All right, here we go. Magnum IMCA Modifieds, heat race number 1. 94B, Brenda Kirby. She is up on the pole. Troy Seidel in the 20T. 163, Hardy Henderson. 86, Dylan Tyndall. 48R, Raymond McSpadden. 94, Chris Morris. Your points leader, Derek Scott Jr. in the 01. 17, Cody Tidwell. 22M, hopping in a new modified, Anthony Gordon. 3W, Terry Woodall. Row 5 outside. Lights are out. Magnum IMCA Modified. It's the only heat race of the night. Here come the Modifieds roaring at you. Brenda Kirby down the back straightaway. Started on the pole. She's going to lead it first time by down the front straightaway and by the flag stand. 163, Hardy Henderson setting up behind her. Here comes the 94, Chris Morris. Hardy Henderson looking for the pass. Going into turn 3 and 4, a little crossover move. Henderson grabs the lead. Race leader Hardy Henderson goes into the outside wall at turn 2. He had just grabbed the lead, went too high up on the turn, put himself into the outside wall up by the Advanced Auto Parts race sign. Cotton Bowl Speedway officials up there taking a look at him as he went up into the outside wall. Didn't look too hard, but he may be done for the... For those of you on Race On Texas, I think we got a replay of it coming up. Yeah, he just went up into the wall all by himself. Something obviously happened to that car because he was in the middle of the groove in turn 1. All of a sudden, he shot up into the outside wall. Tried to slow it down as much as he could going into turn 2 to soften the blow, going up there by that Advanced Auto Parts sign. All right, trying to get a wrecker hooked up to the Hardy Henderson car up here. Now comes the hardest job in announcing and scorekeeping. We got 2 identical 94s up front. And you got to figure out which one is Brenda Kirby and which one is Chris Morris. I'm guessing Brenda's got longer hair, but we can't see it inside the helmet. All right, Brenda Kirby. She's got the lead on the restart, 94B. You see that little kind of like a purple B right below the 4. Chris Morris actually has the lead. Brenda Kirby going to be battling from second as Morris picks up the lead. Look at Chris Morris rocket fire from the front. Now trying to be chased down coming out of turn 4. Kirby trying to hold on. She had the early lead. Now the 0-1 of Derek Scott Jr. goes by her, and Brenda Kirby having all sorts of issues coming out of turn 2 as 4 cars went past her within 100 feet. Chris Morris coming into tonight's second in points in the Magnum IMCA Modifieds. 5 points behind Derek Scott Jr. in the 01. Chris Morris, an easy drive out there as he's opening up a bigger lead in this heat race. 2 laps to go this time by. 2 laps to go as they go by the flag stand. Chris Morris, a perennial front runner at every track that he goes to. Dylan Tyndall having a good run out there as well. Up to second, but there's your checker flag win. Chris Morris, Dylan Tyndall, Derek Scott Jr., 1, 2, 3. All right, Modifieds leaving the track. Let's bring out our last heat race of the night. It is your Design Welding Sport Compacts. 4 brave souls out there tonight. The 11 of David Najek. 00 Cody Crabb. Hey, if you brought power wheels tonight, go ahead and go down to the power wheel right now and go get in your position. Power Wheel Racers, please go to your Power Wheels and take them down to where they will be gathering at. Second row, T14 Taylor Stewart and 29K Dylan Kowalik. Earlier this week, Taylor Stewart being gifted a lovely little baby goat. Saw that on Facebook. Tried to lift her spirits after the passing of her previous one, but what a lovely, cute little baby goat that I saw on Facebook, and I know she'll just have loads of fun. One heat race for the 4 cars that showed up tonight. Design Welding Sport Compacts, Najek and Crabb front row. Stewart and Kowalik second row. Lights are out 8 times around. Hope to see some of these cars move up into different classes in the future. Down the back straightaway they go. Cody Crabb had a good run a couple of weeks ago. I think he got disqualified in that main event, though. Hopefully he got whatever issue was fixed, and he'll be legal as he jumps out front. Dylan Kowalik trying to chase him down. Taylor Stewart last right now, but trying to make a move on David Najek in the 11. Najek shuts the door in turn 1 and 2. Kowalik hustling up there in second in the 29 car, trying to chase down Cody Crabb in the 00. Cody Crabb down the front and back, got the lead coming out of turn 2. Dylan Kowalik hanging around in second. Down the back straightaway they go. Taylor Stewart still struggling back there a little bit, trying to get by David Najek to move up an extra spot. Laps quickly evaporating. Trying to extend that lead over Kowalik coming out of turn 2. Gotten a little bit bigger each lap as Kowalik was a couple of weeks ago. That's what a sway bar will do, that's for sure. And Cody Crabb running it on a rail right now in this heat race. Looks like it's going to be 1 to go this time by. White flag goes up in the air. Cody Crabb grabs the heat race win over Dylan Kowalik in the 29. David Najek able to hold on to third. Taylor Stewart back in fourth as the Sport Compacts will take it on back to the pit area, try to figure it out, get the cars fixed up, and get ready for their main event coming up in just a little bit. Good run, though, by Cody Crabb. He did get disqualified a couple of weeks ago, so whatever that issue was in the main event, he got it fixed in the past couple of weeks. And he'll be ready to rock and roll during tonight's main event. Man, why y'all so quiet? Give me a hell yeah! Really? Is that all you got? Let's try it again. Hell yeah! All right, that's better. That's better. All right. Intermission time.
CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1.
It started as a dream in the backyard of Charles and Vanjie McLemore. 45 years later, Magnum Trailers is a premier builder of custom trailers and authorized dealer of industry-leading brands. From gooseneck flatbeds to dump, tilt, and utility trailers, car haulers, cargo trailers, and watercraft trailers, you won't find a better selection. We build the best and repair the rest. And because we're in Texas Hill Country, come see us for deer blinds, deer feeders, and barbecues too. For happy trailering and happy hunting, click to find the Magnum Trailers location nearest you.
Moments meant to be remembered are the perfect time for that perfect gift. And Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop is the destination for commemorating the most special times in our lives. From watches, rings, pendants, and charms, to bracelets, earrings, and personalized gifts, As always, we offer fast in-house engraving to add that personal touch to any special gift. Mark your most precious moments with Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop and let us help you and your family celebrate those special times.
Wheel to wheel, battle for the race lead. New race lead down the stretch.
Here comes Baby Perfect. Yeah, we sell the throttle control bars. Yeah, I mean, they're the secret to victory lane. Does the throttle control bar work?
He takes the lead early in the race. He brings home the Southern Sport Mod main event win.
Speed secrets, a throttle control bar on a track like this, that's where it's at.
I mean, 1, 2, 3. Too many checks to count in here. I would say they work pretty good.
For those of you who've never seen the greatest the world has ever revealed, I'd like to introduce myself. Let's go! I'm out here making them mad, cause I got it. Too good at being too bad, cause I got it. Stop reaching and being sad, cause I got it. I just got it, yeah. I just got it.
They're going to drag race to the line.
All sorts of action going on down the backstretch.
Climbing out of the car, your feature winner.
Chuck Patrick with the drive at the bottom of the racetrack.
They make contact coming to the checkers and the
From an old school racer, it's nice to see the racetracks.
Faulkner Bonchai move to the top of the track. And how about James Sterling on the restart?
Throw the red, get him out of that car.
CRS Suspension and Fabrication is your trusted source for premium dirt oval shocks. For dwarf cars to late models and everything in between. We also offer adjustable spoilers and adjustable shock mounts, upgrades, car setup services, and even professional tech support for your entire racing season. You either run CRS shocks or you get outran by them. Call us today, 254-933-CRS1.
It started as a dream in the backyard of Charles and Vanjie McLemore. 45 years later, Magnum Trailers is a premier builder of custom trailers and authorized dealer of industry-leading brands. From gooseneck flatbeds to dump, tilt, and utility trailers, car haulers, cargo trailers, and watercraft trailers, you won't find a better selection. We build the best and repair the rest. And because we're in Texas Hill Country, come see us for deer blinds, deer feeders, and barbecues too. For happy trailering and happy hunting, click to find the Magnum Trailers location nearest you.
Moments meant to be remembered are the perfect time for that perfect gift. And Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop is the destination for commemorating the most special times in our lives. From watches, rings, pendants, and charms, to bracelets, earrings, and personalized gifts. As always, we offer fast in-house engraving to add that personal touch to any special gift. Mark your most precious moments with Craig's Jewelry in Bastrop, and let us help you and your family celebrate those special times.
Wheel to wheel, battle for the race lead. New race lead down the back stretch.
Here comes Brady Perfect.
Main event 4K, Ken Plonsky. George Egbert III, 70. 94A, Allison Morris. 33M, Mason Doherty. 114, Thomas Hall. And 9, Jason Batt. M5, Dustin Mooney. 29, Marcus Harcrow. 489, Anthony Otkin. 1H, Chad Herring. 712, Colton Monroe. 01T, Tracy Scherner. 28, Sean Paul Lehman. C3, Chris Birmingham. All right, going to show them one at the line this time by. $4K, Ken Plonsky getting ready to lead him to the green flag, this time out of turn 4. Setting up the pace. Here they come. George Egbert right next to him. Picking up speed. Here we go. Main event racing. Browning IMCA stock cars. Down and around. First time by. Coming out of turn 4. Egbert with the lead. 4K Plonsky back to second. Down and around they go, working the way. We got a spin down there in turn 4. Can they get going? They're in a dangerous spot at the bottom. Allison Morris in the 94 in a bad spot there, and they had to throw the yellow. She was inside that bad position. All right, so we're going to get a new lineup radio down into their headset. Drivers with the receivers inside their helmets, and they'll get that lineup read to them. Hey, want to throw a shout out to Dustin Hasler watching from Elgin tonight. Hello, Dustin. Also, Glenn Harris and Kyler Lindsay are watching from the grandstands, it looks like. Thank you, Dustin, for watching from over there in Elgin tonight. I'm having a tough time opening my email, so I'll get to as many of these as I can. Again, Glenn Harris and Kyler Lindsey watching, it looks like, from the grandstands. All right. Everybody should be where they need to be. Lights are out on the back straightaway. Let's try it again. Egbert, 70, up front. He sets the pace. He throws it into gear and off and running on the restart. Egbert setting the pace quickly. Not really able to break away early in this race. Other cars staying right with him. Jason Batt moving up to be a player in this main event. Coming off a big win at Heart of Texas Speedway. Getting jumbled up there in turn 4. 5 cars together. Staying right there with them. Nobody's breaking away in this one. Egbert down and around, shoots out of turn 2 one more time. Got Jason Batt hot on his heels. Then a group of other cars about 7 car lengths, 8 car lengths back. Dustin Heisler having his 4th child. Congratulations. Maverick Heisler being born. Normally here at the track, but watch it from Elgin tonight. They'll be back here at the track as quickly as possible. Thank you, Dustin, for that. Egbert and Batt now trying to make this a 2-car race in the Browning IMCA stock cars. Marcus Harcrow, your points leader coming into tonight's race. A 4-point lead over Egbert, who's your race leader. Jason Batt coming into tonight 3rd in points. He was only 5 points behind Egbert. So Batt is in 2nd, Egbert's in 1st as they make their way around the track. Great racing right now. Yellow's out, not quite sure. Heading up to turn 4 of the front straightaway. Let's follow the emergency truck and see where he goes. Yeah, Glenn Harris and Kyler Lindsey watching in the grandstand, sitting between the press box and the flag stand. Enjoying some green flag racing. Way to go, guys. Jeremy is watching from his man cave in Huffman, Texas. Jeremy Strahlberg, and he is cheering on Jacob Horch. Jeremy, thank you for chiming in today. Hey, we've also got Stephen Klustenek. I hope I said that right. Stephen Klustenek watching, and he even got his pops to figure out Roku so that he can watch. All right. Stephen, thank you, and your father. Lights are out around the track. Let's get it kicked back into gear. Ready to go. Lights are out. Green, green, green on the restart. 12 laps to go. Egbert and Jason Batch. Jason Batt had made this a 2-car race before the yellow came out. Looks like Jason Batt's going to be in a battle. Marcus Harcrow moving up into the mix. Harcrow going low in turn 1 and 2, trying to get that inside move on Batt. Pushes Batt right up along the outside wall. No contact with the wall or the cars. They come screaming out of turn 4. Egbert goes up on 3 wheels and maintains that lead. Jason Batt has worked his way back up to second. Here comes Harcrow with the crossover move in turn 2. Harcrow crosses over. Yellow, yellow, yellow. Bottom of turn 4. Yeah, let's see who else is out there watching tonight. How about Lorena, Texas? James Hammock Jr. Hello, James, up in Lorena, Texas, watching on a Race on Texas tonight. Also, Eric and Cindy Poe are here tonight. Eric and Cindy Poe, woohoo, she says, loving life. Thank you, Eric and Cindy, for being here tonight. See if I can slip in one more name before we get back going here. Amy Hartig. Hello, Amy Hartig, live with Benny Sanders. Having a great time. Thank you, Amy and Benny, for joining the races tonight. All right, we're going to put the lights out on the back straightaway next time around. All right, so let's throw out, let's see here, Brian Harbison. Brian Harbison, Big Spring, Texas. Hello, Brian. Monahans, Texas. Okay, I'm not sure which one you're at, but Brian Harbison, thank you for chiming in and enjoying the racing tonight on the internet. Green, green, green on the restart. Off and running is Egbert. Being chased by Jason Batt. Marcus Harcrow back up to third. Harcrow's been doing a couple of crossover moves to get by Jason Batt. Moves up to second periodically, and Jason Batt takes it back. This is going to be a great Browning IMCA stock car race all the way around. Egbert, Batt, and Harcrow. I think we got a loose tire on the M5 of Dustin Mooney. Mooney's being told to go into the infield because of a loose tire. Yeah, looks like the left front wheel is wobbling all over the place. We don't want that wheel coming off and going over the fence. Could have pulled in just a little bit further, but we'll keep an eye on him out there. But that left front tire was wobbling all over the place, about to come off, and we didn't want any sort of incident to happen and hurt somebody or knock a car out of the race. Yellow, yellow, yellow going to come out the bottom of 4. Bottom of 4 for the yellow flag. Car parts falling off that car. Hey, also a shout out to the Lonely Cowboy. Country is watching from Jal, New Mexico. Hey, I appreciate you, Country. Watches Heart of Texas every Friday night. catches us here at Cotton Bowl when he can on Saturday night. And your question, where is Joe Spillman? Apparently he's retired. He's filling in at Heart of Texas on occasion, but he's got some construction work going on, and I guess he's called it a career. Thank you, country, for watching from New Mexico. Appreciate you. Thank you for your kind words as well. I appreciate you. "13 laps complete in the 20-lap main event for the Browning IMCA stock cars. Egbert doing a great job, and got Jason Batt, Marcus Hartcrow right behind him. Yeah, Scott, Kelly, and Kurt want to say hi to Tracy Sims watching from home. Hello, Tracy. Hey, let's get back to it. Green, green, green on the restart. Got about 7 laps to go in this exciting Browning IMCA stock car race. Laps are clicking away. George Egbert with the lead. Oh, watch out. Marcus Hartcrow moves up to second, but he wobbled pretty big coming out of turn 2. Didn't cost him any ground. Jason Batt, those front 3 cars, man, those are the cream of the crop right there. And they are putting on a great show in this Browning IMCA stock car race. Egbert doing everything he can. He knows he's got Hartcrow and Batt ready to pounce on him if the opening appears. And Hartcrow right now gets that nose down low, trying to look for some grip and some power. Hartcrow goes under Egbert one more time. Just couldn't do it. Here comes Hartcrow one more time. Hartcrow gets up under Egbert. Little contact there, no harm, no foul. They keep on running. Down into turn 2, Hartcrow turns that steering wheel as hard as he can. He gets it halfway by Egbert. Marcus Hartcrow with every ounce of strength he's got, holding that car. Oh, the number 9 car, top of turn 4. Top of turn 4, Jason Batt. Oh no, Jason Batt he just checked up on his own. It looked like he just checked up. Nothing happened, and he just comes to a dead stop up at the top of turn 4. No, man, you hate to see the front runners do that. Marcus Hartcrow had used every ounce of energy to turn that steering wheel to hold the low side on George Egbert. Finally got the lead. Jason Batt, who was running in 3rd, checks up in turn 4, and that's it for Jason Batt. Well, they're saying there's possibly a drive shaft that came off the 9 of Jason Batt. Then they changed it to something came off the 9 car, but man, you hate to see that happen. And Jason Batt running 3rd in points coming into tonight. He was only 5 points behind George Egbert from 3rd to 2nd. Now that's going to hurt him a little bit tonight, as Egbert's probably going to have a pretty good finishing spot. Marcus Hartcrow came in with a 4-point lead over Egbert. We'll see if we get Hartcrow back to the front on the restart. Hartcrow, your points leader at 336. Egbert 2nd at 332. Jason Batt 3rd at 327. All right. Hey, here's one more email. Welcome to Miguel Gamino. Hey, Miguel, Mia, Mariana, Karina, the whole family here for the very first time at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Thank you to the Gamino family. Appreciate y'all coming out on a nice night here in Central Texas. All right, going to have to push the number 9, Jason Batcar, out of the way and get him, looks like they're going to take him all the way off the track, right down the front straightaway. Well, it also looks like the 33M of Mason Doherty got pushed into the infield as well. Tough break for him. We talked to him earlier tonight in our pre-race show, and fine young man and driving in a couple of different classes. Hey, fans out in the grandstands, also when you're under the grandstands tonight getting some food and drink, be sure to stop downstairs and get some merchandise as well. All the merchandise that you buy, the money goes towards the drivers. So certainly be sure to stop down at the merchandise table, pick yourself up a hat, shirt, support your drivers. All right, so going to go back to the standings as it was before the yellow flag. So that'll put George Egbert back to the lead. Marcus Hartcrow, who did a fantastic job to finally get past him before that yellow flag came out, settles back into second. No passing until they get by the pink tire in turn number 4. Lights are out. Here they come, getting ready to rush at you. Green, green, green. Here we go on the restart. Egbert, Hartcrow lead them down. Chad Herring in the 1H now settles up into third. Chris Birmingham fourth in the C3. Laps clicking away. George Egbert doing a great job coming out of turn 4. Marcus Harcrow trying to throw it low. Here is your checker flag win, George Egbert. Well, that was a heck of a race as George Egbert pops out. There he is one more time. Papa George Egbert finds his way to the winner's circle. There he is. Holy cow, that was quite the race. Go ahead and sign that first, and then we'll talk for just a second. Man, that was a heck of a race. Tell us about it.
Well, I got to the front and tried to stay there. I knew there's some fast cars, Marcus would be up there. And sure as enough, Marcus was there knocking on the door. Thank him for a clean race. Thank you all, fans, everything, all my sponsors, my wife, and my grandkids.
Well, let's get that Frisbee thrown up there. George, great job. Off it goes. Oh! Very good job. George Egbert with the win. Way to go. You got a trophy right here. Congratulations. We got another group coming up. Great job, man. Great job. All right, that is one main event out of the way. Give me a hell yeah! All right, Cotton Bowl Speedway, street stocks. Headed your way, Anthony Gordon, 22M, 3D Darrell Rhodes, 75, Todd Roberts McAvoy, 9, Tommy Gurrell, 10, Greg Langley, 31J, Jeff Hendricks, 59, Johnny Murner, 57, Dale Abshire, 5, Dwayne Toyin, 32, Jim Swanson, 2D, Darrell Cox, 05, Daniel Gaudette. Lap main event for the Cotton Bowl Speedway Street Stocks, the fast-moving Anthony Gordon. He is up front, but he's going to have some competition from Darrell Rhodes in that 3D. Had some great heat races earlier tonight, picking up speed. Here they come rushing at you. Green flag, green light is Anthony Gordon. Summer Series Showdown feature race winner. Now back to regular nights of racing. 3D Darrell Rhodes. Rhodes gets under Anthony Gordon. Nothing that time in turn 3 and 4. Gordon now trying to set the pace. Opens up about a 3-4 car length lead down the back straightaway. Rhodes settles into second. Points leader Tommy Gurrell in third in the number 9. '75, Todd Roberts McAvoy. '32, Jim Swanson into the infield out of this race. Anthony Gordon, Steady Freddy coming out of turn 2 and down the back. Darrell Rhodes got nothing for him right now early in the race. Gurrell, points leader, still in third. Todd Roberts McAvoy, second in points, in fourth. Coming into tonight's races, Gurrell had 338 points, and Todd Roberts McAvoy had 334. So only a 4-point separation between first and second. Oh no, race leader Anthony Gordon out of the race. That's going to give up the lead to Darrell Rhodes. That is a horrible situation for Anthony Gordon. Running strong out there in this first half of the race and puts himself into the infield. Darrell Rhodes now taking advantage of that Anthony Gordon situation. Got a huge lead over Todd Roberts McAvoy and Tommy Gurrell. Dust coming up off the track as these cars are blazing around at top speeds for their class. Should be coming up on the halfway point. Cross flags up in the flag stand. 3D Darrell Rhodes gets to him first. Tommy Gurrell in second. Todd Roberts McAvoy third, but they've got a long distance to catch up to Darrell Rhodes. Not a whole lot going on right now in the race as Darrell Rhodes catches up with slower traffic. This is where he's going to have to be careful. Got to make his way gingerly by. They're talking to the driver to hold his line. Don't move anywhere and let the faster cars go by him. Darrell Rhodes takes the low line. Darrell Rhodes makes his way by. Man, easy drive right now once he got out front. Daryl Rhodes. Daryl Rhodes had an early big lead in this 3D, but here comes Tommy Gurrell and Todd Roberts McAvoy. One left to go, Daryl Rhodes. Tommy Gurrell breathing down his neck on this last lap. Gurrell doing all he can. But I think he's out of time and out of laps. Daryl Rhodes brings it out of turn 4. Here's your race winner. Daryl Rhodes. Just asked Anthony Gordon what happened to his 22M and his motor blew up on him. That's why he had to pull to the infield. He came over to congratulate Daryl Rhodes, who's unstrapping and taking off the helmet. That's a good win there by Daryl Rhodes, as he had a lot of strong competition out there. And you know, sometimes that happens where the lead car goes out, you inherit the lead, but you still got to hold it. And he did all the way around with Tommy Gurrell and Todd Roberts McAvoy chasing him down. There he is. Daryl Rhodes. What's up, man? How about that? How about that win?
Oh, man, that was awesome. You know, I really hate that for Anthony. You know, we're going down the back straightaway, and I seen puff smoke come out of his car, so I knew something was up. And I knew he'd been having some carburetor problems in the past, so I kept looking in the infield. Hey, is he in the infield, or is he back behind me, you know? And I really enjoyed racing that guy. He's just awesome guy to race.
Yeah, he's a great driver, but you have to be a good driver yourself, because you had Todd Roberts McAvoy and Tommy Gurrell top 3 in points chasing you down on that restart.
Yeah, you know, I had some trouble getting around some of those lap cars, and it seems like when you get up next to a lap car, they really want to race you hard. And so anyway, then I felt somebody bump me, and I thought it was that 5 car. You know, I'm like, man, somebody's on me. You know.
Who would you like to thank for this victory tonight?
Well, first off, I'd like to thank, I guess, my wife, you know, for helping with all this stuff. Second off would have to be Robbie Abshire. He's the guy that puts all the hours into this car. He'll tell me, go sit down, I'll do it. And matter of fact, in the back, he was doing it. And let me see, WD Electrical Service, K&H suspension for real. That's about it.
Very good. Darrell Rhodes, it was a pleasure watching you race tonight. You come home the main event winner. Congratulations, my man. How about a round of applause, Darrell Rhodes? All right, up next, Gunslinger Factory Stocks. 33, Kurt Ellis. 12X, Daniel Ralston. 7, Kevin Najek. 24, Brady Ricks. 17, Don Cron. 43, Stacy Robinette. 15K, Kevin Batterby. 8-star, Tim Homeyer. 48, Mike Land. 48L, Robert Kelm. 33M, Mason Doherty. 99, Cody Tankersley. 58, Steve Sims. 59, Jason Oltman. 20, Mike Lyon. 10D, Don Painter. C4, Garrett Cherry. 35, Ray Glaze. 33K, Shelby Baker. 45, Seth Davis. 145, Carson Burks. 26, Wyatt Bohannon. Hey, also in this factory stock main event, Chad Roebuck, Stephen Lee Thornton, and James Bohannon, they added money to this week's purse. There's going to be $250 added to win, $100 to second place. So thank you to Chad Roebuck, Stephen Lee Thornton, and James Bohannon. So now with that additional money, Gunslinger factory stock paycheck is $750 to win, $300 for second. All right, picking up speed, coming out of the turns, off and running, green flag, green light. Gunslinger factory stocks. Oh man, it's going to be a good one. Extra money on the line, $750 to win. Instead of $500, $750. Got one up in the corner, green, yellow, yellow, yellow. Got one up in the top of turn 4 there, kind of bringing it down under his own power before the officials could get out there, but it did bring out the yellow. Oh man, this is going to be big. I'm not even sure that the Gunslinger factory stock drivers know that if you win, you get $750 instead of $500. That is fantastic. Yellow still out here. Let's take a look at the point standings. Top 3, Gunslinger Factory Stocks. 8-star Tim Homeyer came in at first place at 333 points. Steve Sims comes in second in points right now at 322. And Mason Doherty third in points at 315. So 7-point difference between third and second. Tim Homeyer, a couple of weeks ago, that purple 8-star coming out of turn 2, halfway down between the McSpadden sign and the Pistoli transmission sign, got up against the wall, flipped it up and over, and landed on his roof right in the middle of the track. He crawled out, took his helmet off, and walked off the track. Been a couple of weeks of hard work to get that car back out there. Total restart. 20 laps. Lights are out down the back straightaway. .12X, Daniel Ralston sitting there on the pole. Coming around to the pink pick chick tire. Here we go. Green flag, green light on the restart. 24, Brady Ricks trying to stay there with him. Ricks on the outside of row 1. Ricks comes out of turn 2 as your race leader. It's early as we're about 3/4 of a lap into this 20-lap main event. But Ricks has jumped out early, wasting little time coming out of turn 2. .12X of Daniel Ralston settling back there. Here comes Homeyer in the 8-star. The purple car. Here comes the 17 of Don Cron. That's a good group of cars in turn 4. Got to be careful as they go through there. Looks like Kevin Batterby has worked his way up into the mix as well, up front in this group. .12X Daniel Ralston in third, Homeyer fourth. Kevin Batterby now knocking on the back door, the 24 of Brady Ricks. Batterby had a good heat race run earlier tonight. .12X Daniel Ralston, Tim Homeyer, Don Cron, Mason Doherty, your front 6 Gunslinger Factory stocks. And Batterby is right there, just knocking on the back door of Ricks in that 24. At the same time, Ralston, Homeyer, and Cron not letting him escape too far ahead. That's a group of 6 cars up there. Anybody could win the race. Right now it's Brady Ricks. What a fantastic Gunslinger Factory Stock main event race tonight. Extra money thrown into the winner's pot. Instead of $500 to win, it's $750. Homeyer works his way up to third. Don Cron up to fourth in the 17. As they come running in front of you, that's a long line of great superstars right there here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. And they're doing a fantastic job. Down along the outside, going to the outside of the 24 car. Batterby trying to make a move, trying to bring Homeyer with him, but Homeyer had to stop. Batterby has now jumped out to the lead. Look at Tim Homeyer in the purple 8-star. He's trying to take that short distance around the corner, pulling that steering wheel as far as he can, as hard as he can, to cut the ground that he has to drive. 35 is being told from the tower to stay out of their way and hold your line. Not sure if he heard him or not. He's getting in the way of your race leaders. Slower cars, we still want them to race, but they also have to race out of the way of your leaders. Kevin Batterby, Tim Homeyer to second. Homeyer keeping an eye on that outside wall, making sure it doesn't trip him up like it did a couple of weeks ago. Running a really good race right now. Grady Ricks back to third after leading early in this Gunslinger Factory Stock main event. .45, he's still .45, Seth Davis not following the instructions from the tower. Racing too hard and too dangerous with your front runners. All right, in the infield is Carson Burks. Carson Burks, 145. All right. If you don't follow the instructions of the tower, you're going to get black flagged and find yourself in the infield. And that's what happened to 145, Carson Burks. Racing too hard and too close to your leaders. Possibly take him out. Here comes Tim Homeyer down the back straightaway. Oh! Nice little bump in the back of Batterby, letting him know he's there for these final 5 laps. Homeyer right on that back fender. I'm sure Batterby felt that as he went into the back of him. Homeyer's got 4.5 laps. Yellow, yellow, yellow. Top of 4. Solo spin, yellow, yellow, top of turn 4. All right, we'll get that car picked up and out of the way. And Kevin Batterby settles in, knowing that he's got the Tim Homeyer car behind him. Mason Doherty's going to take advantage of this as well in that 33M. Doherty, third in points coming into tonight with 315. So if he has a good finish, better than Steve Sims, and gonna have a good run here tonight. All right, we're gonna get the push truck to get that one out of the way. Well, we thought he was going to the pits, and he went to the infield instead. Tim Homeyer was like, oh, wait a minute, what are you doing? Homeyer was going to the left side of the truck thinking they were going to the pits, and they ended up nearly T-boning him. Man, thank you, everybody, for coming out tonight here to Cotton Bowl Speedway, especially the Gamino family. Thank you, Miguel Gamino and family, your first visit here to the racetrack. Hope to make this a regular stop for you. Hope to see you more. 5 to go. Batterby with the lead. Holmeyer in second. Doherty in third. Looks like Ricks in fourth and Don Cron in fifth. Trying to get that car a little more in the infield. Push truck's going to come over and help him out. There we go. Kevin Batterby with the lead on the restart. Mason Doherty and Tim Holmeyer work their way up right behind them. The next two cars, they've lowered it to 3 laps to go. It's a 3-lap shootout. Here we go. Green, green, green. Tim Holmeyer takes the low side. He goes high. Batterby goes low. Doherty spins out. Oh, no. Mason Doherty may have tried just a little bit too hard in turn 2. Mason got that itchy trigger finger coming out of turn 2. He drove it too hard in there, spun himself out. The car behind him had nowhere to go, but he was trying to race for the lead right at the get-go, and that failed. Kevin Batterby, Tim Holmeyer. Holmeyer had him there for a minute, and then he drifted way up on turn 2, and Batterby kept the lead. So 3 laps to go. A bonus of $250 to the main event winner tonight, making the winner's check $750. $100 added to second place. Thank you to those gentlemen I mentioned earlier tonight to chipping in that money to first and second place. Lights are out. Kevin Batterby. He knows he's got some anxious drivers right behind him. Tim Holmeyer, your points leader in the Gunslinger Factory stock. Here they come, picking up speed. One more time. Green, green, green. Restart. Factory stock. Batterby goes midway up 1 and 2. Holmeyer stays right with them. Front 2 cars trying for a breakaway. Holmeyer going to take it low. Settles back in behind Batterby. This is the final half lap coming up. Does Tim Holmeyer have enough energy to get by and grab that win? $750 on the line. Here they come for the flag stand. Kevin Batterby with the win. is Kevin. Batterby with the win. Fantastic. What a great race. Going to go back and talk to the other drivers. Way to go, Tim Holmeyer. Good job there. Kevin, we'll let you sign that real quick. He won the main event and thought he won a Frisbee. All right, he's going to sign that. Very nice. Kevin, real quick, man, great race. Tell us about that one.
Thank you. Well, to be honest, I feel like I was down a cylinder after the lap, so I know I was holding Tim up, but I tried to be smooth, keep my momentum going, and it's a good track tonight. I'm glad to finally be back in winner's circle.
Well, you had Tim Holmeyer pressuring you right there from behind. Thought he had you for a moment. He kind of drifted up on turn 2. How about that battle?
Yeah, Tim's a classy racer. He's going to race me clean for it, and he'd rather have respect, same as me, so he's a good guy to race with. I really enjoyed it.
Who would you like to thank for your car?
CRS Suspension setting this thing up, and man, it's handling like a rail. CB Engines does the engines for me. Supreme Graphics does the graphics, and JD's Bodies Works.
I don't know if you know this or not, but normally the winner's check is $500, but tonight it's $750. You got an idea where you're going to spend that money?
Goes back into the car.
Back into the car. Kevin Battery, everybody. Hey, Cheyenne, happy 16th birthday down there in Section B. Sweet 16, never been kissed, right? You. Okay, IMCA, Southern Sport Mods, coming up with their 20-lap main event, 73D, Jacob Horch. 7, newly engaged, Kevin Parker. 55, our winner 2 weeks ago, Rusty Head. 28, Rowdy Chenard. R3W, Rick Wolf. 32, Robert Stewart. 21S, Rookie Smith. 777, James Hunish. 231, Joe Maple. 717, GW Egbert. H14, Heath Stewart. 12, Brandon Guerin. 12D, Dwayne Owens. 21T, Taylor Florio. 18D, Stephen Davis. 22M, John Aramendia. 115, Andrew Supak. 23A, Greg Atwood. V8, Dennis Hanley. 3A, Jerry Ashlock. And number 8, Doug Ripple. Hey, once again, thank you to Chad Roebuck, Stephen Lee Thornton, and James Bohannon, adding that money to the factory stock purse. $250 added to win and $100 for second place. So Like we said, Batterby, he got 750 to win tonight instead of 500. All right, 20-lap main event. H is up here trying to count parade laps. That would be great. All right. That's a rolled up flag there in the flag stand. Got to get that official out of turn 2, make sure he's out of harm's way. He is now. Lights are out. James Horch and Kevin Parker leading the IMCA Southern Sport Mods down the back straightaway. Looking for the green flag and green light. 20 big laps, Sport Mods. They're going to rev up those engines. Here they come roaring at you. Green flag, green light, off and running. Everybody's making their way through turn 1 and 2, not quite. Got one sitting still in turn 2. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Yes! We're staying green flag racing. Andrew Supak in the 115 has an issue coming out of turn 2, so he's going to try to slowly get back on the track. Kevin Parker with the lead in the 755. Rusty Head in second. Got himself a new fiance earlier tonight on the front straightaway. Now finds himself leading the race. Horch, your pole sitter, back to third. Wolf in fourth. Now starting to stretch out a long single line of Southern Sport Mods around this track. No group racing right now. Well, going into turn 3, now we got 3-4 cars coming together. Make that 5 cars, 6 cars. We got a spin out. All right, so after a review of this, we're going to send the 32 of Robert Stewart to the rear. And I think the 23 of Greg Atwood is going to go back there as well. Looked like Atwood may have tapped him a little bit in the back. Well, catching a little bit of the replay here on the race on Texas. We just missed it, but it looked like the 23 got into the back of the 32 of Robert Stewart. All right, 5 laps down to this 20-lap main event as we send the Stewart and Atwood car to the rear. Southern Sport Modifieds, a lot of speed inside these cars. Kevin Parker's got to be banging the steering wheel on that as he had a decent lead. He was running strong in that 7 Southern Sport Modified. Now this is going to bring the whole group right back out behind him. So let's see if Parker can stay ahead of Rusty Head, your main event winner at our last race here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Rusty winning 2 races ago, but got disqualified, got that piece of car part fixed and legal, and he came back out and won 2 weeks ago here. And now he's going to be in the mix one more time in that 55 Sport Mod. Picking up speed, 5 complete, 15 to go. Kevin Parker leads the Southern Sport Modifieds your way. Stretching out one more time, single file racing in your first 5 or 6 cars up front. Rusty Head trying to figure out a way to get by Kevin Parker. Head right there. Head tries to get that nose underneath Parker. Might have pushed him out of sorts just a little bit, and Rusty Heads is going to take advantage of that move there. He tapped him just enough to put Parker out of control. Rusty Head swooped in, took the lead. Now Parker dropping back to 3rd coming out of turn 2. Wow, goes from 1st to 3rd just after a little bit of a nudge by Rusty Head in the 55. Rusty Head, 3-4 car lengths coming out of turn 2. He's got the lead. Looking to be a back-to-back winner here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Looks like the H14 of Hayes Stewart pulls into the infield, looks at the grass and says, nope, I'll keep on racing. Rusty Head doing a great job in the 55. Staying far enough ahead not to be pressured by your 2nd place car. Coming up on slower traffic now at the back of the pack. Got to be careful. Back markers got to hold their line and let your race leader get by. Top of 4, watch out, yellow, yellow, yellow. We got issues. Issues up in turn 4, no big hit, no harm, no foul. They'll just get it taken care of. The officials will look at him up there at the top of turn 4. Rowdy Chenard just now getting a report from up there. His engine just blew in that IMCA Southern Sport Mod. Former track champion Rowdy Chenard. His night is over with 5 laps to go. Some of these races get to taking too long, and the race director has to make those critical decisions by chopping off 2 or 3 laps, and we're going 5 laps to go on the restart. Tough break for Rowdy, though. Always a strong competitor here at Cotton Bowl Speedway, and runs that 28 Southern Sport Modified really well. And just engine gave out tonight, said, I quit. I quit. All right, here we go on the restart. Lights are going to go out on the back straightaway. 5 laps to go. 5 laps to go on the restart. Rusty Head. Here they come roaring at you. It's Rusty and then a whole group of other cars behind him as he's trying to go for 2 wins in a row. Could have been 3 if he hadn't have been illegal that one night. One small part cost him a possible 3-peat. This race isn't done, though, as Rusty being challenged right behind him. Rusty Head doing a great job down the back straightaway. Turn 3 and 4. Head trying to hold it. Should be 1 lap to go this time by Rusty Head. James Honish right behind him. 1 lap to go. Rusty Head down the back straightaway into turn 3 and 4. Here comes the checkered flag. Rusty Head, 2 races in a row. There he is, Rusty Head with the win. Hey, coulda, woulda, shoulda. That could have been 3 in a row, my man. Hey, how about that? Two wins in a row. Could have been 3 if it hadn't been for that one little oopsie in a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, well, you know, that's, like I said before, that's on me. So, look, I got a lot of people to thank. A lot of new people have come into my life that's making a lot of changes. She's here in the stands. She knows who I'm talking about. Reliable Automotive's been a company that does all my fleet maintenance and stuff. David Good Jr. did the wrap and stuff on this car, so Good Towing's on here. Obviously, SWL's my company. Suncoast Post Tension. And I didn't leave the guy out last time. I'm not going to leave him out this time. Johnny Torres, thank you, thank you, thank you. Since you've come to work on this chassis, on both my cars, I haven't been any faster, brother, and I sure appreciate you.
Man, that Johnny Torres is at least good at something, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. And to all you fans that come out here, hey, we're just here to have fun. I'm glad if y'all enjoy it. I'm glad you're here, and I hope you keep coming back. Marianne and H, the track was a little greasy at first for these guys, but, hey, this thing is really good right now, and we can't thank you enough at Cotton Bowl Speedway and all the people that work on it.
There you go, Rusty Head with the win. Now he's going to sign his name on this Frisbee and throw it up in the grandstands. 2 wins in a row, 2 races in a row for Rusty Head. Two more races to go. The Modifieds coming up, and then the Sport Compacts. Thank you all very much for coming out tonight here to Cotton Bowl Speedway. We'll be back for, we're going to take about a month off. We'll be back September the 18th for our next race. September the 18th, September the 25th. They'll wrap up the points chase for the year. All right, Magnum IMCA Modified, feature race, 20 laps, 86, Dylan Tyndall, 48R, Raymond McSpadden, 94, Chris Morris, 01, Derek Scott Jr., 22M, Anthony Gordon, 17, Cody Tidwell, 94B, Brenda Kirby, 3W, Terry Woodall, 20T, Troy Seidel, 163, Hardy Henderson. Lights are out around the track, taking a green at the pink tire in turn 4. Here they come roaring at you. Whoa, all sorts of issues up in turn number 1. Everybody still moving forward. No harm, no foul as they just keep on moving. Magnum IMCA Modified main event. Chris Morris jumping out front. Chris Morris out front early in this race. Second in points coming into tonight, trailing Derek Scott Jr. by just 5 points coming into the race event tonight. Morris checking out early, not even making this a competitive race tonight, as he's rushing into turn 4 as the other cars, second and third, just now going into turn 3. Yep, Chris Morris out where he likes to be, out front with the lead and plenty of room between him and second place, as he's going to have an easy drive up there. Still got to be careful. Hopefully nothing happens to the car, but he's got an easy street right now going down the back straightaway into turn 3. And look at him go. Chris Morris just setting the pace, doing a fantastic job. Second in points, Derek Scott Jr. And he's back there in 5th place right now. So still going to probably have a top 5 finish in this main event as we get ready to come up on 11 laps to go. Like we said, 3 races left in this racing season for points. Every position, every point's going to count, especially when first and second are only separated by 5 points coming into tonight. 10 to go this time by on Chris Morris as he slides by Nathan Lavender up there in the flag stand. Nice and easy, got 3 wide, nearly up there in turn 4. Got to be careful coming out of there. Got to watch the contact. Everybody's okay. Derek Scott Jr., your points leader, thought he had a spot to get by, but that door quickly got closed on him by Raymond McSpadden in the 48R. Laps counting down quickly. Morris on easy street. Chris Morris with an absolutely great run tonight, as he was absolutely untouchable in this main event. Nathan Lavender holds up. 2 laps to go this time by, 2 to go. It's the final lap. Chris Morris leading all the way around. And he'll lead it one more time. Checkered flag comes up. Chris Morris straight away with the win. Well, well, well. Look who's in the winner's circle. Chris Morris going to unhook everything and slide right out here. Fantastic win. He was no competition tonight out there. He was just jumped out front and said, "See you later, alligator." There he is, folks, Chris Morris. Chris, you came in tonight second in points, 5 behind Scott, and you had a dominating performance tonight. Tell us what's going on with you and your car.
Oh man, we've made a couple of tweaks and changes here, and it seems to be working really good lately. Track had a little bit of character, but it was a lot of fun. Felt like it was pretty racy for how much moisture we still had up top, but yeah, I knew we had to get out front and run our own race and hit our lines good, and we'd be good.
Did you know during that race that you were that far ahead of everybody? Can you tell when you're just absolutely dominating?
No, I mean it felt like somebody was there on me the whole time. It's we don't have rearview mirrors, and with our 4-restraint seats and everything, it's hard to see. So of course, my dad trained me in motocross. You never stop till you see the checkered flag. So it's the same thing with these things.
Who would you like to thank tonight?
I'd love to thank the fans for coming out. ArcWest Communications, Barnes Co., Tina Reagan Realty, she's been great to me every year. My mom, my dad, my sister, my girlfriend. Man, Fiesta Spices, just everybody on the car and everybody behind the scenes in the pits and everybody that's helped out this year. I can't thank them enough.
Well, you bet. Chris Morris, that's the face of a winner right there. Congratulations, Chris. Good job, buddy. He was like, "Let me see if I can throw it." He did a great job. Chris Morris, main event winner. One more race to wrap up the night. Sport Compacts getting ready to come out. Final main event of the night. And then we'll see you back here on September the 18th for our next race. All right, here we go. Design Welding Sport Compact. David Najek in the 11, Cody Crabb 00, Taylor Stewart T14, Dylan Kowalik in the 29K. Oh, there's that Kowalik crew, the crazy Kowaliks. I see you. Nice hair. All right, picking up speed 15 times around the track. Sport Compacts headed your way. Dylan Kowalik not wasting any time right now in this main event. Cody Crabb jumping out to the lead in the 00. Kowalik back to second. David Najek third. Taylor Stewart fourth in the 14. Cody Crabb's got a good run of that 00 Sport Compact. Dylan Kowalik trying to figure out a way to catch up, find some power, find some groove to catch up to Cody. I think Cody won our main event here at the last race, but got DQ'd on the tech pad. So still not an official main event win for him. Nice hair. Here they come one more time. Cody Crabb in this 15-lap main event leads him around. Dylan Kowalik trying to stay there with him, but that gap's getting a little bit bigger. David Najek back to third in the 11. Taylor Stewart fourth in the 14. Not having a good run for the young lady tonight. Cody Crabb jumping out quickly and trying to extend that lead down the back straightaway into turn 3 and 4. Dylan Kowalik right now has absolutely nothing for him tonight. Last time Cody Crabb was here, got DQ'd. He was too light. The car did not have enough weight. So hopefully he's got that figured out this week because he's looking pretty strong. Running hard out there in the 00 Sport Compact as Dylan Kowalik trying to stay right there with him. David Najek in the 11 and Taylor Stewart rounding out this 4-car shootout. Wrapping up another night of racing here at Cotton Bowl Speedway. Thank you for watching on Race on Texas, and thank you to those of you that were here live at the racetrack. No misses, no mistakes by Cody Crabb right now as he's running a pretty smooth race. Kowalik trying to reel him back in just a little bit, cut that gap between the first and second place cars. But it's going to be tough as the laps are quickly disappearing. Flagman Nathan Lavender keeping an eye on him. Two laps to go this time by. 2 laps to go. Final lap coming up. He's led all the way from the beginning. He's doing a great job. Cody Crabb looking fantastic in that 00 car tonight. Down the back straightaway into turn 3 and 4. One more time down the front straightaway. Here's your main event winner, Cody Crabb in the 00. Well, Cody Crabb won a couple of weeks ago, but got over to the tech pad and got disqualified because his car was too light. So hopefully whatever that issue was, he got it taken care of and legal weight, because he absolutely dominated this race tonight as Dylan Kowalik had nothing for him in that 29 Sport Compact. As Crabb coasts home for the win. Get to talk to Cody Crabb one more time. Hopefully this time it'll be an official interview. We want to make him as official as, but there he is, Cody Crabb, folks. Round of applause. You're learning. You're learning. All right, real quick, tell us about the hiccup a couple of weeks ago and how did you correct it?
Well, a couple weeks ago we got first place and we ended up being underweight by 8 pounds. Not a whole lot, but we came back and got it this week.
Hey, you did a great race. Like, nobody had anything for you tonight. Was there anything else you did to the car besides add the weight?
Well, not really. We put the bigger tires and wheels in the back to give us a little extra weight and filled the gas up to the top, and she just ran great.
Yeah, you did a fantastic job. Who would you like to thank for this race car tonight?
City Auto Service, D&K Auto Glass, Taylor Loop Center, La Mia Bella, and I guess that's it.
Who's La Mia Bella? I saw you look up there. La Mia Bella. All right. Well,
that's a pet grooming company. Y'all go get your pet groomed by them.
Very good. Cody Crabb with the win tonight. Congratulations. One of many more, hopefully, the rest of the year. All right, that's going to wrap it up for tonight. Thank you very much for coming out and watching our race on Texas, and thank you for being here in the grandstands tonight. Don't forget to mark your calendar. We are off for the next month, and we will be back here September the 18th, September the 25th. Those are the last 2 points nights of 2021. Then we have a 2-day show, October 8th and 9th, Oktoberfest, and then a monster truck show October 31st. But enjoy the next 4 weeks off. We'll see you back here Saturday night, September the 18th. Drive safely. God bless.